Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Market's getting pretty wild into open here. Yes, looks like it's going to open at around SPX 45.15. Some broader tech taking a pretty big hit in the pre-market, but SPX opening roughly flat. What's up, Dork? HE to the moon. Oh, fuck. Is it time to sell already? Thoughts on a bear call at a test of GN today? That could be an option. Risky. I would assume that we're going to fail a test of GN. There's quite a lot of out-of-the-money call interest right now above gamma neutral and at gamma neutral. I think they're going to try to push for it, but it could fail. If GN were to fail, then that might not be so bad. I will say that most of our downside support has fallen by the wayside, and the gamma flip point has moved up to 4,500. Not just being optimistic. All right. I just farted out so much gas it could fill a weather balloon. Congratulations, Dork. I'm, I'm really proud of you. Where did the rest of this go? Okay. All previous SPX. Well, look at that. What a... What's, the fuck is going on there? Okay, there it went away. Ooh, below 45.10 isn't bullish. ES dump into open? Is my estimate way the fuck off here? No. Okay. A little more in the money call interest picking up at 44.95 and a little bit at 4,500. So they're moving back to defend that level a tiny bit. At the money call interest still outweighed by put interest. Things get a little more bullish above 45.15. If we fail and test 4,500, that's pretty bearish. If we fall below 4,500, that's really bearish. Guess we'll see how this plays out. Why are those up so much? GME is pretty stable into open despite the opening short. Those are absolutely destroyed. What's Airbnb doing this morning? Some more apps. Yeah, I'll cut those. Those are dead. Actually, I have till the 15th. Might as well just hold the bags. Alright, cool. Apparently, IBKR agreed with me so much about not trading zero DTEs that they revoked all options trading from my account. I didn't change any of my financials. I'm not sure why they did. Did you try calling them and asking them instead of reaching out to me for technical support? Or are you just reaching out to me for emotional support? That's on Barricall. Tested you. Does that mean if we hit 44.99.99 we drop hard? They don't want you to know. It's not that if we hit 44.99 we drop hard, but things shift significantly more bearish sub 4,500. Also, their Vega risk will increase and VIX will go up. Although VIX isn't moving at all, so I don't know what the actual fuck is going on there. Maybe it's the same. There we go. Same weird data problem. That's better. Really hard to sell the lower inflation, everything's rosy narrative when oil futures are at 87.40 first thing in the morning. Dixie's at 104.62, so that fell off a little bit from this morning's high. USD JPY is at 147.40. Spreads are moving apart, but the 30-year is staying pretty constrained for now. How's BTU doing? Nice. GME pressuring 1850 resistance. HE starting to turn around a little bit. A lot of calls exercised on that going into the weekend. Ooh. That's fun. Is this MOASS? Probably not. Alt F4. God, that HE dip from Friday close till now stings. It's only $1. Relax. Apparently IBKR agreed with IV's up. So that part's cool, you know. Apparently IBKR agreed with me so much about not trading zero DT. Oh, okay. You already said that. Rip my Airbnb short? Jesus fucking Christ. You're telling me. Yeah. I'm gonna hang on to it because the company's shit and I have 2 weeks. What's gonna stop Dixie Yen Yuan? Nothing. Train's out of the station. Thoughts on Fubo? They're a low-level streaming service that has a slim chance of profitability over the next 2 years, or a year and a half, roughly. I assume you mean, do I think it's going to continue going up? Yes. I covered that yesterday. How come KView won't do the same thing as Airbnb when it entered the S&P? Well, Airbnb isn't sold 50% short. Stranger on the internet, always the best place for advice and support. +1 for Pickle psychiatry. I thought you might get a chuckle out of it. They literally just said they can change their thresholds at their own discretion, and that my claimed liquid net worth is too low. Have you tried a different brokerage? The video's being hilarious. It is. I really want it to go back down to 480 though. I don't want it to go up. I like that we've lost 45.10 here. That's really cool. My EVGA 3080 Ti is thermal throttling due to thermal putty leakage. Is this covered under the warranty? Probably. I don't know. Try to like RMA it. Do you think uranium has more to run? Sure. What's your time horizon? Morning Kirk, I just picked up a pile of $3 weeklies on Fubo. Let's fucking go. Gert's counselor says helping with emotional support days ended after people cried when he told peeps he was selling his Bobby up probably 100 to 300%, and people either chased or got too greedy and held bags. I see. Can we drop by 100 BPS by the end of September? We could drop more than that. I'm back. It looks like my BTU got assigned as planned. Steady 3% over 2 weeks, as long as we ignore all the losses on spreads. Small and steady win. I love it. Now to find another nice entry. Thanks for your teachings. No problem, Yaga. I didn't realize IBKR would auto exercise my in the money HE options on Friday, and now I have 10,000 HE shares. What did you think they were going to do with them? Why did you hold them into close? It's not like SPX. It doesn't cash settle. Sprott Physical Uranium has a ton of momentum. It's doing pretty well. That's on 0 DTE wide SPX Iron Condor. So stop asking me about my thoughts on your spreads and figure them out yourself, Marpo. E-Trade merged with Morgan Stanley over the weekend, and now their web app isn't working. Awesome. That's awkward. I'm sorry to hear that. Everyone seems to be having some technical difficulties this morning. Is ABNB inclusion in the S&P going to be a support to ABNB price? Or would actually help it could go down more? It could add more ETF liquidity, provided a short position is primed to move in on it. Although initially the addition generally causes some buying. Oof. Damn. Right to 4,500. We're not even fucking around today. I like this. Let's go. Just tell them you found $150,000 under the couch. Exactly. It wasn't so long ago that you were telling brokers the truth too, dork. Would you like me to read out Grubhub's new terms of service they sent me? No, thank you. Could KView be the half of the J&J KView trade that doesn't make it? Yes. Can you zoom out on GME? The green is making me randy, but it's actually just tiny green. Well, it's above 1850, which is relevant. Although it probably won't stay above 1850, especially if SPX is going to keep going down. I got burned on the express split. I'm sitting at a high cost basis. Is it best to exit now or wait for shorts to do their thing and re-enter or just ride it out? You could do that or just wait till CCs open up and sell CCs against it. Wait, HE is not a cash settled index? Not at all. Is HE dead? No. They still have like most of the float to cover in short positions. Although the market sell off's a big help. Also, there was some like some sort of probe initiated against them last. Was it last week or was it Saturday they announced it? Do you have the Greeks on Tesla? Yeah. Why does it matter? Oh, well, I'm glad I didn't buy anything on that yet. I'm not really close to anything. Delta and gamma neutral are both like gamma neutral's down around 211. Delta neutral's at 198. Tesla's pretty volatile in the current range. Seems to be some news from 21 minutes ago that Tesla boosted output at its China plant. Shipped 85,000 units from its plant in Shanghai in August, according to local reports citing data from the Chinese Passenger Car Association. Figure was up 64,000 in July, 76,000 in August 2022. Oh, this came out in the pre-market, this. I don't think the bump in price is a reaction to this. It's like a decent amount of buying, but it's just back at resistance again. Next upside resistance is 256.61. It means you have to manage it. I sold express covered calls. Wait, did they open the options chain? No. Why did you do that? Are they pumping Mag 7 stocks like Meta to save the SPX? Well, it's not working. But Tesla, Meta, and Microsoft are up. Says Netflix. Apple, Amazon, Google, AMD, and Nvidia. Oh, Nvidia's back up. Apple's still down quite a lot, though. Is that a good entry on that? Thanks for clarifying the difference between yen and yuan. My Asian language skills definitely need improvements. I'm thinking the 45.35s are sold. Well, they might be. There's really no way to tell on those. The strike is like way too mixed. So the ones that came in this morning might be sold. But it's really hard to tell because they're mixed with the ones that were already bought. Brandon A, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Or you'll be added automatically. I don't know. Hopefully the shorts are about to get probed. That'd be cool. Nope. That should be. Sorry about that. I was preoccupied with SPX when I realized I still had them. I thought they would expire worthless. I only realized they exercised when I saw HE at the top and was missing a chunk of cash. So you did the super responsible thing and closed them out in like the pre-market? How low can they short HE down to? I don't know. I'm sure the falling market helps. They did some covering on Friday, so they should have a little bit of liquidity. Maybe back to 13 is beneficial, where they have a little bit of put interest. Although I'm not sure they're going to get it that low. Hasn't really been a lot of volume today. Express getting massacred. I said that was going to happen after the reverse split. Because it's really cool. If you short after the reverse split, you get a short a stock that's more expensive. You know? And that's fun. Any news that's according to China something, I take with a mountain of salt. Okay. Good morning. I've been busy with work and dating, but I made a nice chunk of change on the J&J play and the Disney play on Friday. That wasn't me. Thanks as always for the daily TI. Helps me keep abreast of the market. No problem, Danarchy. My goodies are fun. Fat pile of speed at 4,500. That's what I like to hear. So you're trying to defend 4,500 with in the money calls? That doesn't seem like it's going to last very long. Girk, this doesn't look very bullish. No, it currently doesn't. Also, if we slip below 4,500, Vega risk increases. Next big support below 4,500? There really isn't one. 4,490 and 75, I guess, where the Vega risk is. Could this HE action just be the MM getting a chance to pick up shares cheaper than people that exercised Friday? Oh, sure. Yeah. I own No Express, and also I don't really absorb a lot of what you say. I know. I miss the opportunity to use anything China says I take with a grain of rice. Ha. When under 45 PO, actually bearish? But under 4,500 is bearish, but 4,498 is not exactly a breakdown of the 4,500 level, right? Especially if we're testing 4,500 on the same candle. USD JPY Peener. Ooh. That's really just going for it, huh? It's just going for 150 as fast as it can. No, I realized when I messaged you at 14 and waited if it would bounce, then it dropped to 1379. So I sold them off. I was initially more confused because I thought I was long short, not long shares. Oh, okay. Well, if you didn't, so you had calls? Yeah, there's long shares. If they closed in the money, then they exercised them. You're just long the shares. Were you talking about my Disney play briefly in a DM? Wasn't and your first comment wasn't sounds risky? Okay, I remember, yeah. Dirk, you may want to replace Jimmy with Nvidia and WeBull. This stock is going to 200 fast. It couldn't possibly go to 200 fast enough. What about when all the short calls get pulled back on a test of like 172? Jimmy Moassing upwards in 1 cent increments. Better than down, right? Something, something, short squeeze, something, something, carry trade, exit, panic, something. USD JPY to 150, end of day, or ban. Okay, it's not going. It's probably not going to go to 150 by the end of the day. The VIX is doing its best to not go up. Nobody's bought any tail risk. Bad things weren't supposed to happen ever again. VIX was pricing in nothing bad happening ever again. And then this morning, a bunch of bad things started happening concurrently. That's tough, you know? What do you see Siri doing over the next couple of months? I have a small position at 7 in for a for fun account. I just want to know if I need to cut losses or it's worth averaging down. Well, it blew off a little bit of liquidity last week. I'm still holding. I'm still holding my like leaps for September OPEX. But they did get a little bit of covering done. So I mean, it's up to you. They're gonna have to cover that like all that liquidity at some point. Obviously, time helps them, but there's still a big fat pile of it. They did have to short it all the way down from like 7 to 4, and that took some effort. I've been out for quite some time. Are you able to share what's going on with GME lately? Well, right now it's pretty illiquid, and it seems that they're covering a bit prior to earnings in order to free up some liquidity. Although they haven't freed up a lot. What do you think about a retest of ES 4500 that was hit last night? Break below that smells like bad news bears. Yeah, a break below 4500 ES is pretty bearish. I don't think we're quite there yet. No, we're still at like 4506. But 4500's roughly 4490. It's about the same point when SPX swings pretty bearish too. And we start falling into the larger portion of the put ladder, which carries down to like 4550. We'll also see spikes in Vega or VIX. Vega risk at 4500, 4490, 4480, and 4475. And then a huge spike in VIX at 4450. So, so it's kind of what I was talking about last night in the DD. If we start falling, right, and vol starts climbing, bears are going to rush into shorter dated positions because they've only been building out longer dated positions up until now, and they don't want to get priced out, right? And so that can incentivize a lot of short dated put buying. Is it okay if I use your Vic story to write a children's book? Vic says nothing bad will ever happen again. That's the that's what you can infer from the current price of VIX. I found a way to confuse the market by selling further out of the money puts against my long puts and buying a call in case the price goes up. That's called a bear debit spread. And then a call. How did we steer step down $10 and VIX is flat? I mean, VIX is up like 4%. 3.5, whatever. Not a lot of volume on the sell-off, but VIX isn't really going to move up a lot unless we break down from 4,500 and the MM starts going longer vol. SPX is pretty illiquid. As a play, but what do you see coming for GME earnings? There's a slim chance that they could beat they could beat on EPS, although I don't think revenues or like net margins are gonna move much. But store closures and shit, they might beat on EPS. Is currency supposed to gap up? It should be very liquid. Thanks, Sads. Geez, SPY sub 7 million volume so far. Remember when VIX whole numbers would change? You young ones probably don't remember. I do. Just my bear bias, or does SPX look like it wants to break down further? Yeah, it doesn't look particularly bullish. Also, most of the support at the 4,500 level broke down this morning. So a lot of the 0 DTE in the money support here is gone, which is kind of bearish. Especially given the fact that there's quite a lot of put interest below 4,500. Actually, there's quite a lot of put interest at 4,500 as well. The longer we consolidate here, the more likely we go up. That's a stretch. Dixie was the real MOASS all along. Yeah, 104.77. The next really big level that we're looking at for Dixie is gonna be like March's high. And that was 105.86. Dork, I planned my debit spreads perfectly. Shouldn't exercise HE calls drive the price up? But no, because the MM gets to dump their hedge. Which is a lot of what you saw happening in the aftermarket session on Friday's close. When we had the two big dips. Like, this wasn't a ton of volume, but it was some. A lot of those calls though were supporting the price action. So once they were exercised or closed, they opened up the downside a little bit. Especially like 14 and 14.50 that went in the money on Friday. Yay, party time? What do you got? Ooh. Why is that starting to look like people are buying in the money calls? Hold on. Okay, they're not. They're buying 4,500 calls. Really trying to keep us off of that fast gamma. Fast gamma's moved up to 44.92.50, by the way. So they're trying to rebuild. They're trying to rebuild their wall at 4,500, but they're building it at like they're buying the majority of their calls at 44.95 right now. Or they're selling the 95. Why is Dixie so much lower in October last year with yields so much higher? Well, the drop in inflation was a big factor, right? Um, Probably the biggest factor, like the year over year decline and the fall off and the base effect. But yields haven't really risen dramatically this year, right? Yields have stayed pretty flat. What's up, Mike? Itchy ouchies. Yeah, a little bit. I'm not worried about it. I mean, pits. I think they're selling some pits at 95. Low price target after express shorting. I don't know. Probably bring it back towards like I don't know. Actually, I don't know how much shorting they can do. Um, Express's floats now down to what, like 3 million shares or something. So you're gonna have institutions that sell off after the reverse split. And wait to buy back in. Let's see, they have earnings. They have earnings tomorrow too. Um Estimate is disgustingly low. Or wrong. I think the estimate's just wrong. Yeah, they're 3.38 million shares now. Probably it'll sell off until an options chain opens up. Without that options chain, they don't have a lot of leeway with like synthetic liquidity. So right now I think the only option for them is just to short as much as they can. But yeah, as far as low goes, I have no idea. It's already at historic lows, right? How much time will the Fubo pump go on? Looks like it's continuing for now. Even with Russell's sell-off today, it seems pretty unabated. And the realization of liquidity isn't really losing any momentum either. So, 350, maybe 4. Yeah, I'm well aware of Fubo. I have a bunch of $3 calls on it. Current GME movement a little squarty. I figured they would be missing earnings again. I mean, it'd be cool if it squarts in advance of earnings. Strong bounce on SPX? You mean the move from 4,500 to 4,502? Not particularly. Hey, Fubo's above my cost basis. It's also above mine. I'm pretty happy. Did Fubo have news? A little bit. I know one of the like Spectrum lost one of the MLB packages, and so there may be some expectation that people will move over to Fubo in order to retain that service. I mean, do you think we're gonna see one? What, a strong bounce? I don't think there's really anything there to support one. There's defense of 4,500, but there's not a lot of call interest to support a move to the upside. They lost Disney, ABC, ESPN, etc. Okay. The Siri borrow rate is rising a bit. It was down this morning. Yeah, it was down from Friday this morning. The fuck is GME doing? Earnings dump? It's just continued covering. Hey Gerg 4510. What? No. How? Was today a shirt taking off day? Probably not. I don't see us hitting 4,300 by this afternoon, so no. What the fuck is Tesla doing? Negative 5% on Friday. Now 3.5% so far today. Running a little bit. Getting some of those sweet pumpies. No, they'll probably fail before it tests 256. I was gonna short Tesla this morning. Thankfully, it decided to rip right out of the gate. So now I get to short it from a much better strike. I think they used up most of the liquidity grab shorting into their covering at market open. So, I mean, that's gone. Now they're just covering. So this was like the little, hold on. I go to the 1 hour so you can see it better. So this was like the pre-market liquidity grab. And they burned through a lot of that this morning. It hasn't been an hour yet, but if we go down to like the 5 minute, you can see that they've already started covering. So this could keep pushing. I mean, the next level here is usually where we start to see some acceleration in covering. But we're not seeing a lot of covering on the ETFs yet. These are still pretty stagnant. Seems to be mostly the underlying for now. So probably just a bigger grab for liquidity for earnings. If it breaks 20 though, it's got a little room to run. 1850 was a really important resistance. 19 not so much. 20 is though. So gamma's pretty flat between 1850 and 20, and then 20 is like a brick fucking wall. But if it starts to pull back, it could run up to gamma max. Didn't Linux say it was gonna go down? That should be all the information that you needed. I don't know why anybody's asking me questions. What happens after 3 for Fubo? Probably like 301. Do you see it continuing, or do we go down again? I love the swings it's had for the last year. I've made tons of money with just buying low and selling high. Yeah, it's crazy how you can do that. Who moved the shorting on GME to HE? You know, you say that, but they're in the same index. And they're both in IJH and IJJ, and they're both pretty heavily weighted in those ETFs as well. So there is a bit of give and take between the two of them in regards, at least to those two ETFs. How high can Fubo reach on the pump? Well, if it can break, if it can break 308, it's very likely to test 350. But Jimmy's likely to get pushed back down post earnings. Well, that depends on if earnings are bad or not. I made a risky 0 DT in the money bear call spread on XSP just for the fun of it. $1 spread, paid out 65 cents. I know low money, but it seemed like a fun play, especially if SPX closes under 44.90. Okay. I miss the days when Grandma Max was on the table for GME. I mean, it is if GME breaks over $20. What happens after 4.3% on the 10-year? Jesus fucking Christ. How are we still at this level on SPX? It's a good question. Are we going to see another pump on wheat and other grains now that North Korea and Russia are trying to make a new deal for food and weapons? Seems like that area isn't going to be producing much in war. I didn't realize that North Korea produced a lot of food. Apple's ripping. Bears are going to hibernate one more day. Ooh. They are trying to bring it back, huh? We're still down. As long as it fails 190, I'm not too worried about it. SCX consolidation is bearish, bullish, or toddish. It's nothing. Actually, if like the rest of like mega cap tech recovers here, we'll probably end up trading flat between like 4,500 and 4,515 for the rest of the day. Weapons to Russia, food to Korea. How do they make? What weapons do the North Koreans make? The bottle rockets they're constantly trying to shoot at Japan? Nice. Russia can get back some more of their World War II tanks to get blown up in 10 minutes. That's only a problem if you fill them up with diesel though, right? But if you push it out of the base with just a quarter tank, it's all good. All of them, a lot of black market and African semi-legal country weapons are from North Korea. Okay. Kim watches the stream. Be nice. They have a famine. They've had a famine going on in North Korea for like 40 years. It's not a famine, it's communism. Yeah, I wouldn't really blame communism for it, given that North Korea is anything but a communist country. Getting a little bit of a recovery. There's still not a lot of call interest to support a move much higher, though. Some zero DT volume. But there's put walls at 45.05, 45.10, and 45.15. How's VIX doing? Oops. So a little bit of shorting. Really stepping on the gas on QQQ. Do you think we see a push to 45.25 today? That's pretty early. Like I said, the interest from like 45.05 to 45.15 is still pretty negative. Like, this is bearish. So they need to pump it all at once above 45.15. And I'm not sure that like Dixie or yields are really going to give them enough of a break to do that. Like Dixie's pushing for another new high today. So unless they can get that sufficiently under control, which is going to be a lot harder than last week because China's China's got the yuan stabilized at 730. Um, it's going to be pretty hard to keep vol off the table. $4,500 isn't bearish. It's where we're going to protect the fuck out of this. I mean, bulls being in a defensive position is inherently bearish, but I agree that things don't get truly, like, we don't gain bearish momentum unless we break below 40, like the 4,500 range. Do you think bad GME earnings will shake out the investors who worship RC now that he's running the show? No. Hey, Kirk, what do you see Hal doing in the next few months? Well, I hope it keeps doing what it's done for the last few months, which is continue to go up. I would like that. Oh, I'm pretty long Hal, so how long until you retire? Probably like 2 to 5 more years. I think they benefit greatly from expansion in U.S. oil drilling, which is going to be necessary. Can we just have one chart on the screen? USD JPY only. Thanks. If oil continues to rally, their job only gets more difficult. Yeah. What's the plan for today? Ups, downs, flats, chops, left, right. Probably right, and a lot of getting stuck at 4,500. Why would I retire? This is my favorite thing in the world. I'm trying to milk the clock at work because I'm running out of cards to work on, and I don't want them to feel like they should downsize. There's nothing left to trim. What do? Trim a friend? Have you tried manscaping one of your buddies? That seems like the next inevitable evolution of your platform. I got your fix. Ooh. I like that you're not very busy today. Hmm. 4480 is looking slick. JFresh wouldn't buy VIX calls. They're overpriced. Business pitch. Thoughts on creating an instrument that accurately tracks the volatility of S&P 500 through its options chain? Could be useful for traders. Hit me up and we'll talk to CBOE. Are you talking about the VIX? So you want a more inclusive VIX with a broader auction window? Other people have asked if that's a thing. No. Thanks, Cobra. 4480 long puts building. That's what you're seeing? Yeah. I've used my time out to seriously reflect on my actions. I realize that I provide more brine than brain and bring no real value to the pickle jar. Is that something that you want to change? If you want to get bearish, go look at inflation nowcast. They updated today? Oh, that's awkward. No, inflation's fucked for at least the next 2 months. Gherkin, I'm already naked. Why did you do this to me? I'm sorry, Dork. Damn, fucking Hal is killing it. Oop, there goes Vix again. Hey, Gurk, I hope you had a good weekend. Me too, man. Beans and Greens, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Explain the need for pants at a restaurant with wooden chairs. I don't see one. Honestly, no, but maybe someday. Two years lurking. I'm ready to make some money instead of losing it. Okay. I'm gonna tell you that the fastest route to that is to probably stop losing money. Spectrum struck a deal to give their customers $20 off Fubo's top package for the first 2 months, only available for current Spectrum customers. Also, it sounds like they don't have to maintain their Spectrum subscription to take advantage of the discount. Okay, bullish. I like it. That should help this quarter's profitability too. I imagine Spectrum's subsidizing the discount, so. Is it pretty good fashion-based DD lately? I've been basing my I miss basing my financial decisions on things like a hidden person wearing a similar hoodie, and thus Wu-Tang NFT. It's been a while, you know? Best advice I've had all day: to stop losing money, start by not losing more money anymore. Yeah. 2 years, not at all lurking. I'm ready to make some money instead of losing it. Thank you so much, Brett. Well, Fluffy, I'm not wearing pants today, so you could say that shorts are fuck. I don't know if that helps or not, but risk avoidance has not been my strong suit. Chasing all the time. Social media seems to have that effect on people. Well, at least you know what to focus on. I'm on the spectrum. It's free for me, but I would not recommend. Any recommendations? Any developments you've heard more on as far as an ad-based tier for Fubo subscription? I mean, I know they did some studies a while back and like a few tests, but I don't think they've rolled anything out significantly yet. I'm so close to being profitable on my puts. I just need SPX to 4,300 and VIX to 20. Yeah, you're right there. What's this sorcery about making money, and after how many years is it possible? You know, some people just make money right away and never look back. PP Weenie Howard Stern's penis. I wonder what happens if this actually breaks down here. Like ES looks really weak, right? This whole distributive period just looks like it's gonna fail. Then it becomes a question of how hard do we fail? Do we fall back to like 44.76 or do we fall back to like 44.25? Yeah. I'd like 44.25, to be completely honest. I wish it was me. It's code for buy Siri. What is? So the fact that Russia threatened to nuke the US has no effect on stonks? When did that happen? I sold 100 September 15th $20 calls. On what? Jimmy? That's awkward. This looks like its bussy is finna get slapped by VWAP. Huh. Did I miss any comments on HE? Did they burn down Hawaii or not? Allegedly burned down Hawaii. And so far the consensus is no, they didn't. Although they are now being probed. Yeah, have you guys ever watched like Russian news? They threaten to nuke everybody almost every night. The constant regaining of the 4,500 level isn't that bullish. ES may look a little weak. No. I mean, the pressure on the 4,500 level is to the downside, right? It's just the fact that it's being defended that's pulling the price back up to it. But you know, over time, interest to the downside of 4,500 is going to continue to increase. Meanwhile, interest to the upside isn't really improving. I didn't say 45.25 today. As cool as that would be, that's probably not going to happen. I've been released from prison. 'Tis a glorious day. Welcome back, Potato Tom. Do you think the litigation can bankrupt them, or is that only in the case they are found liable? Yeah, that would only be if they were found liable. They still have, I mean, they still have okay cash flows. I don't think the litigation alone would bankrupt them. Not to mention it'll probably be dropped if sufficient evidence is found, right? They may have to cut their dividend. Tesla 257? No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like it's not even testing 255 yet. I probably wouldn't go short on it unless it breaks back below 250, but it's definitely losing a lot of its momentum that it gained from this morning. Which kind of just looks like a lot of sold calls being pulled back. VIX VOPS and SPX dumps. Let's fucking go already. Um, Probably just more getting stuck here. Is SPX forming a head and shoulders? There's distribution over the last like 5 days. Are HE shorts worried about 1350s, 14s, and 1450s going in the money that fast? Yeah, I mean it's a problem because it pressures their ability to cover their short position and net it out at a lower price. At what point do we start dropping it? And not just regular dropping it, but dropping it like it's in fact hot. Under 44.95, 44.90, like an actual breakdown of the 4,500 level. Do you think we see 44.15 before we see 44.90 today? 45.15? No. I don't think the upside looks very good. I think we're gonna continue to pressure the 4,500 level here till it capitulates. I don't know if it's gonna capitulate today, but a lot of the shorter dated calls on the chain did already, especially the in the money ones. I think the upside for Dixie and USD JPY look pretty good. Yeah, that's also a big factor. And it's definitely pressuring, the more bullish positioning. May somebody deliver green ink to the Eccles building in Washington, please? I'm asking for a hyperventilating friend. Are you like bullish on things? Gross. You know Kashkari's infinite liquidity. If you play with the bulls, you're bound to step in bullshit. Does price action suggest those out of the money calls were sold? Well, either sold or fucked. Same thing, right? I would imagine that most of the bought ones have closed already, though. I don't think USD JPY would have any impact on markets, Gork. It seems unrelated. Well, actually, the impact of USD JPY right now is nominal. I'm not. I'm like the effect of it rising can create fear, but until the Ministry of Finance in Japan takes some kind of action in the open market against the falling yen, then the real effect is insignificant. Yeah. Are you adding any position for USD JPY? Mm, I was gonna add more long yen at like 148 and 150. When it touches 150, does Japan immediately hike rates? No. The Ministry of Finance would probably step in and perform short dollar long yen transactions up to some kind of limit. And then if those were to fail, the BOJ would be pressured to change their monetary policy stance. The BOJ is already pressured to change their monetary policy stance due to inflation and then rising energy costs, which are a significant portion of Japan's inflationary measures, um, are already going to be putting a lot of pressure on the BOJ. There's a former lawyer here. He keeps muttering Volker, Volker to himself in front of a mirror. I don't know what to do. Give him a cigar. See if you can drive the manifestation deeper. Short dollar long yen sounds like some magic trick. No, you just sell US treasuries, buy Japanese treasuries. Their currency isn't going up. The value of the dollar is going up, which is devaluing their currency. So USD JPY is a currency pair between the two countries. It's representative of the value of the yen against the dollar. So the higher it goes, the more the dollar is worth, the less the yen is worth. Why do you why do you do bear put spreads if max loss is the same as net debit? Wouldn't just straight up put pose the same risk, 100%, but with uncapped gain potential? What's the reasoning slash risk aversion? On are you specific? I mean, first of all, you don't have theta decay. You offset your theta decay and you reduce your exposure to volatility crush, which in this environment is significantly important. Um, so you can buy, uh, you can open contracts for a shorter period of time, but with less exposure to theta. Primarily the reason I'm using them now. That and the potential for volatility crush if you were just to go long a put. That would be nice because Japan is expensive and I want to go back to Tokyo. Now would be like the best time ever. Do you think this will be the last? Do you think the Fed will hike in September? Yeah. Do you think the Fed is done after this? Probably not. They'll have to keep hiking if inflation keeps moving up. What's up, Zero Out? Do we end the day green? Not right now. Or at least that's not something I'm concerned with right now. Futures is getting crazy volatile. I think the real question is this pump going to now break down? Again at 45.05? Maybe end of day if they get some foothold at like 45.10 or 15 and they can get above the put walls. But right now it doesn't look very bullish to me. What about 11% quarter four speculation? That's insane. How is WeBull as a website to use? I usually use the web version for my other WeBull account. It's fine because I can't have two instances of this running. I probably could, but I have other shit running on a virtual machine, so I probably missed this. But how's the HE play going? Fine. I got shorted this morning. They'll probably start covering again now that they've got it back around like 13, which seems to be roughly the mean at which they're trying to cover. I'm going in end of year, second year in a row. Oh, to Japan. The market's expecting a pause, right? Which market? The bond market and swaps market are both pricing in a rate increase and higher inflation. The only market that hasn't really priced that in is equities so far. SPX Peener? Still looks like it's just chopping to me. I don't see a lot of bullish positioning to the upside yet. No. 4505 still looks kind of shitty. $45.15 is pretty well defended. Hmm. One second. So total delta's falling a little bit. Yeah, 4505 still seems pretty well defended, along with 10 and 15. Although there's some further dated call interest coming in at 4510. 4495 and 4500 are still pretty propped up for now. So pay attention to VIX. If they short it back under 14, we might get a big push. Gold is a minor, but they're not a bad one to get exposure with. GLD is a little better if you want just exposure to like spot price. Would this be considered a good entry on the Tesla short play since you get in at a lower cost? Or would you consider this more risky as it's outside of the expected range? If it drops back toward 250, I'm gonna go short on it. But I'm not gonna short it while it's in an upward trend. So I'd be probably looking for a breakdown back below like 251. If it breaks back down below 251, I'll enter the short position. What about Apple? The same deal. It's still waiting. It's basically moved up since open towards risk, so no reason to enter early. Generally, shorting uptrends is a bad idea. So, I would on Apple, I would probably be looking more towards like a test of like 190, like right at risk for an entry. Gold got hammered the last 6 months. It seems like a nice buy right now. It did pretty well the last time gold ripped. Although, admittedly, I'm a little more interested in silver than gold. Ouch, 4490p, not feeling so good. Why do you have a 4490p? Better question, why do you still have a 4490p? Like, I can understand picking one up on a breakdown, but what's with the insistence of holding one on an uptrend? Yields up, Dixie up, market up. One of those days again, huh? The market's down 10 BPS. And Q's up, which is a lot of what's providing the support for any upward price action right now. Although they've pumped the shit out of the Mag 7 for like the last 5 days, and they've still been unsuccessful in breaking gamma neutral. This pump is making me question my 4505 and 4500p. Okay. Do they expire today? Of course they do. Were they up previously? No? So you bought them on the uptrend and then continued to hold them? I bought during the chop. Why the fuck did you buy in the money calls during the chop? All of the chop was like at 4,500 or below it, except for here. And if you bought a 4505 and a 4,500 here, they were up here. If you had a stop loss in place, you would have made a very nice profit. Well, at least off the 4505. You better hope this fails then. I know they're fucking puts. I understood that when you said, I don't like this uptrend. Of course they do. The pickle jar doesn't consult with you until there's 0 DTEs or deep underwater and about to expire. It's unfortunately very true. 1 second. QQQ doing a straight up MOASS. It's trying, yeah. Microsoft has gone from negative today to up 180 basis points. Netflix up 273. Nvidia's not really gaining any ground. Tesla's up 3.5%. Apple's back at zero after being down 100 BPS in the pre-market. And Google's recovered too. So just another big pump of the Mag 7. Except this time, Dixie's still moving up. It already got a new high. Looks like it's going to continue. Yields aren't really contracting. Actually, they're kind of just flat as fuck. VIX just below the 14 level. This is a good point to try to pump. There's still some defense at 45.15. But a break up to 45.20 or above 45.20 starts to get bullish. So keep an eye on that. The goodies are fucking hilarious. Okay, so they're buying like the at the money call. Out of the money interest is picking up a little. Not a ton at 45.20. 45.30, 35. Hmm. Are they just gonna sell more calls though and crush this again? Which auctions do we have later today? Or we've got them coming up like right now, right? 3 and 6 month? Even when they were down this morning, NQ was pumping. What silver tickers are you looking at? If I wanted you to know, I would tell you. Your obsession with commodities is unhealthy, I think, Sisyphus. October puts are starting to get sad. I'm at risk now, so hopefully they fall. So your October puts were made sad by a $10 swing in prices. Longer term trends for futures look super bullish in my opinion. I don't know if this is going to break down for real anytime soon. Say what you want about economic factors, but to be honest, it looks like big green. Longer term trends in what futures? That looks super bullish. It doesn't look bearish. I mean, the technical pattern there is in fact bearish. It's not a failed head and shoulders. I mean, it's not a head and shoulders, but it is distributive. If we had a higher high, I could see the argument for things looking like continued bullishness. But there's nothing there that's bullish, and the further back you go, the less bullish it looks. A failure to regain our prior high is really bad, especially given the amount of time that's passed. YouTube censors the word sucks? Really? You're shitting me? Where do we look to see how much the MM expects GME to move? You mean like how much IV is priced in for like the earnings? YouTube censors wrong speak. I see. GME's pricing in a 14.2% move over 1 week and 29.2% over a month. Current IV30s at like 101.14. Was buying a 4500p here risky? A little bit. It's it's not super risky if you have a stop, but a 110, a 4110 is, or 4510 is probably better with a stop. Looks like that big push in call volume's dying off. So this might be peaking. 60 up 65 BPS. Market, hold my 100-year scotch. The past 5 days, we've just been pumping back to break even, more or less. Yeah, for the most part. The bulls keep fighting for gamma neutral. They're very close to it, right? QQQ consolidation is hilarious. Natural price movement. Well, the pump kind of failed, right? Now people want to take profits. Like the stream, thank you. Have a good lunch. See you this afternoon. See you later, Pi Square. I bought a Tesla put. Let's pump that market. A little early, but I see the reasoning. At least wait till it breaks like the downtrend or like the lower trend here, right? Make sure that this is gonna fail because this is bullish. Like, do I get to my HE 1250Cs out of the money? Um, maybe. Might be able to get 13s out of the money. Hmm. All right, some more profit taking and a little bit of profit taking on in the money calls. 44.95 is still resistance. Gamma flip point just moved up to 44.9750 though. How much theta do you think HE calls need? I don't know. It's going to be ETF rebalancing after OPEX. Because you have the quarterly OPEX, so they may not need a lot. I have. Oh, let's see. I sold my 14 calls, and I sold my 1450 calls. I think I still have 15, 16, 20 split between September 15th and October 20th. Is Fubo going to MOASS? I mean, it's doing pretty good. Still hasn't broken $3 yet. Gamma flip moving up is bearish. Biggest volume candle of the day on Apple. Someone bought a big position. Looks like someone's been buying big positions all day on Apple. Doesn't mean it's gonna break 190. Let's see, dollars at 104.80, almost 104.85 now. Got 3 minutes till the 3 and 6 month auctions. Dollar peaked at almost 104.90 today. USD gonna hit 105 today? Jesus Christ, that'd be nuts. Oil's moving back up again. 221 basis points for the day. Yields are still shockingly flat. I don't know what the fuck's going on with those. Have they moved at all today? Is the fucking bond market closed or something? I don't understand why I'm not getting yield data. I haven't seen a single tick on any of them for TV. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's weird, right? Like you go to the chart, there's nothing there. And they've got to be open, right? But there's an auction today. Bond rate's up bigly. Yeah, it's showing them out, but it's not like there's no data on them, which is weird. Huh. Guess they'll fix that. What the fuck? TLT sub 94, so they're trading. Yeah, I know they are. I'm just wondering why I'm not getting data on them here. Can you explain like I'm 5, how Carvana goes from 4 to 49 in 9 months in this economy? Combination of short squeezing out and a lot of bullshit. Promises of spectacular earnings beats despite declining value in their massively overpriced inventories. People looking like it has enough steam to break $3. It'll be a little harder with indexes moving against it. But if they turn around again, sure. I don't see why not. Liquidity realization still looks pretty good. GME might run a little bit more into the end of the today too. Hmm. Alright, let's see what the auctions came in at. 5.315, so a little bit down on 5.3. So a little bit down on the 3 and the 6 month. Got a 1-year auction at 1 o'clock. And then still no report on the IBD tip economic optimism. Although that should be being released today. I'm not fucking mumbling. 4 stack in Mag 7, if layer 2 equals dry as fuck, then long as fuck stock and thoughts on cat bouncing today, maybe pushing to 290. Cat doesn't look particularly great. I think failure is probably likely to continue. Probably gonna fall back under like 270 over the next couple weeks. It doesn't look particularly good on the bull side. Fix is picking back up again. Pants are already off Grim too. So now the MOASS is back on the table with Jamie up 64 cents. 150 leaps enough. No. What did Fubo Shorts cover into a falling market to keep it somewhat flat? Or is it too liquid? And the liquidity benefits the shorts. But yeah, they absolutely. Why would somebody buy 260K of in the money 35p on VXX? Who said they bought them? It could have just been arbitrage too, taking advantage of the pricing. Did you look at Tesla? Yeah. Is it looking more bullish or is it fading out around here? It's starting to fade out. I'm going to pick up debit spreads in a minute. I'm waiting for it to break down below the trend though. So I'm looking for like 251, like back under 251. And then I think I'm going to grab like 250.45 and then confirm that leg of the breakdown. And then maybe grab like 247.50, 240, 230. Maybe I'll grab 240, 230 then. Yeah. Or I'll grab 245, 230 for the following week. I was gonna enter the debit spreads and open on it today too because it was down a little bit in the pre-market, but then I just got completely gapped over at market open. So I'm just waiting. Buying before it fails that breakdown though is really quite risky. So you want to make sure that it fails its current bullish trend here before taking a position, and you'd still probably want a fairly tight stop. But you have a little bit of range to figure that out. Hey man, just tuning in. Did you look at Tesla? I think I came a little nice, man. How do options arbitrage opportunities even happen? MM should be able to avoid it. So it must be non-MMs not adjusting their orders fast enough and someone snaps them up. I mean, there's also, generally speaking, like a lot of different market makers, right? Like there's usually not just one MM, especially for something as like heavily traded as like VXX or like a VIX leverage product. Well, all those people back holding puts got really lucky that the bulls couldn't get it up again. More downsies? How about just more chop? I mean, right now we're kind of in the position where this is defended and this is weak. A break of what level on NVIDIA do we break the current uptrend? 476? Like the long-term uptrend? It's like 475-ish. I assume you're talking about like back. I don't know, I gotta go out further, but like this. This breaks down around like 475. Depending on how long this trade's flat, but yeah. There were some short calls pulled back this morning, but it looks like they just sold more again. So, hold on. So they sold more like 85 and 90 calls. So probably still headed back to the lower trend. I mean, this is where you're gonna want to look for them to pull back short calls between like 75 and 70. And that could trigger a bounce. Like chop to 44.85? Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of puts underneath at 4,500 and underneath it, but calls outweigh those at the 4,500 and 4,595 strike. So we either need a big future sell-off to break through the resistance, or we need calls to capitulate. Given that they didn't capitulate earlier when we were below 4,500, I don't see a reason for them to do so now. I'd counter with we're in a position that everything is shit and we should be trading at 3,600. Probably closer to like 34 or 32. But yeah, I agree. Goddamn multiples expansion. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole. I sold condors again. They're loading up on the 4505C trying to save this. Alright. Greg, I'm looking at Pickle Picks DD, and I don't think you have enough SPX puts. I have calls, too. Less calls now, but I had more. $400 spy put for Jan. Okay. I mean, it's not awful. It's good Vega exposure. Do you exfoliate? What's your go-to exfoliant product? I have like a retinol gel that I like. It's kind of exfoliating. I do that. I do that at night. Um, and then I have a lactic acid face wash that I use in the morning. SLV or PSLV? Nice try, Sisyphus. I make my own lactic acid, but that's inside. Why would I want a girlfriend? You're doing it all wrong. Baconator grease when you wake up, battery acid before bed. Ew. Even at the height of trading bankrupted makeup companies, we didn't discuss your face washing procedures What have we become? Yes, we did. You just missed it. It's moo acid, not moo juice. SPX is lower than where I bought the 4505 piece, but I'm still down. That's because VIX is lower. Yeah, they did okay too. But also the VIX crush. Is it just going to be boring chop the rest of the day? That's a very probable outcome for today. I would say the most probable outcome for today is that we trade. Wait, hold on. Let me go back to the fucking DD I wrote last night. And then I don't have to think of anything new. I can just quote myself. My expectations for tomorrow are muted, with a defense of 4,500 still in place and lack of meaningful upside interest. I still think range bound between 4,500 and 4,530 is the most likely outcome. The proximity to the technical trend to the downside and the importance of 4,500 should probably not be understated, though. A slip below 4,500 could see an increase in VIX, which would accelerate at 4,490 and 44.75, incentivizing short-dated puts to flow in before volatility prices them out. On the opposite move, 45.30 is defended, and short call selling on the upside may once again crush any hopes of driving prices significantly above gamma neutral for now. Something we'll probably have to give this week, but with the light data tomorrow, it's probably going to be Wednesday or Thursday. Finn. Can you walk us all through how to do iron condors so we can all win today? I wait till we find resistance either to the downside or the upside, and then I sell a spread. So I sell a spread, and then when it tests the low, I sell another spread. And then I just hope the price just does that for the rest of the day. You dropped this. Thanks, Dork. Is Gherk reading his DD in lieu of actual content again? Trash streamer, Gherk mo money, Pickle mo money. Fuck you, Core. You think we're going down tomorrow or Thursday? Sorry, I was listening to Mongolian throat singing while you were reading. I think it's more likely that if we're going to move out of this range, that it's going to be tomorrow or Thursday, yes. So earlier I heard you say 13 DTE puts on cat. That's not what I said. Did I say that? I don't think I said that. I think I said cat's gonna get rejected and continue down, but I didn't say anything about 13 DTE puts on it. I scalped QQQ put for 120% profit, $7 profit, man. I only had $6 to spend. Well, now you have $13 to spend, so ballin'. For some reason, it makes way more sense when you read it than when I read it. Do this every day, please. There's that Tesla not breaking down yet, just like you said. Gherk, you're a magician. Hasn't really broken up either, though, right? Like I found support. This is still a bad put entry. Put entries are good, better here. I'll move the risk line up so it's more in line with where I want to enter my puts, but I think everyone should just be more. Well, I was gonna say I'm more impressed by the line at 253.82. Just wait and see if vol crushes on Tesla. If there's some signs of like short calls coming in, then it's probably a good opportunity to pick up puts. But you definitely want it to fail the trend. There's HE under 13. You're not a magician. It's under 13 for now. It went to 15 on Friday. Let's short the fuck out of Tesla in Carl's name. Low T. Fair enough. HE down to prices not seen since 3 days ago. I was just making a joke about the Tesla comment. No, you're full of hostility because you bought weekly calls on HE and you didn't sell them on Friday. I see through you. I made money off the 4510p to make up for my 4490p. Now it's time for 4505, or best to wait for a retest of 4510. 4505 kind of sucks here. A, B, and B dump? Good. Oh, that's not a lot. I needed to go down way more than that. I need A, B, and B to drop 14% in the next 2 weeks. Well, not quite 14%. Where the fuck did I buy those? 14% would be cool. 20 would be even better. I wouldn't mind 20. Well, 19. J&J has seemingly had some negative beta with the market at large. Have you noticed this too? Would it be prudent to try to get out of puts before a big market correction? Healthcare generally has a little bit of negative beta anyway. Although I'm quite happy with it just continuing down. Don't MOASS or reverse MOASS without me. I would never even think about it, Origus. AMD Hulk candle? Ooh. Yeah, it was a big boy. Baba's still being a little bitch. Hmm. Alright. Physical ETFs are a no-go. That's what Girk said, so buy SLV. I didn't tell you what to buy. Wait, 4505p is bad, or the price 4505 is bad? Sorry, I used the word suck earlier. Sucks. 4505p just doesn't seem very advantageous right here. Like, buying a put here doesn't, like, a 0 DTE put here doesn't seem very good. You told me what not to buy. Proof by contrapositive. Oh, sorry. The market's more dynamic than that. I didn't tell you to buy silver at all. You're still making a pretty broad assumption. I simply said I like silver slightly more than gold right now. Cries in 4505p from an hour ago. You could have sold it at 49.96. Red candle. Where? Ooh, what am I going to eat for lunch? It looks like the calls gave up again, Dork. NVIDIA? Scooped back up by Jimmy Dizzle. I would buy it here. If we retested 4510, I was thinking of buying it. Might just hold off for now so we have some more strikes between 4500 and now. 4496 was over an hour ago. I'm still trying to figure out where you entered this 4505 with no stop. Was it here? $10.55. So why didn't you stop out here on this like 2-minute window? Like, you didn't even have to set a stop. You could have just placed a sell order and closed. Right? Wasn't this candle invalidating? I was making breakfast. Next time you make breakfast, set a fucking stop. Pineapple pizza slathered in non-Hidden Valley Ranch. Also coated with that powdered Parmesan they give. That shit's like more cellulose than it is Parmesan. I have like 6 more pounds of eggplant to eat. Also, don't tell Fluffy I made eggplant again, because he'll get real pissy. If Jesus was a stock trader, what do you think would be in his port? Hold on, let me open up my long-term holdings. BTU, T, TCPC, Dole, HBM, SCHD, Oxy, Halliburton, British Petroleum, Devon Energy, Alexander's Inc., and Coke, but not the shitty Coke, the good one. I really need to put all of my stocks in this account. Did I sell my AMD? Oh shit, I did. I'm completely unexposed. That's a weird feeling. I'm sorry, Lisa. I have a bunch of other long-term holdings too, but they're just kind of scattered all over the place. I really need to consolidate all that. I've not been very responsible with it lately. Lisa's very disappointed in you. Well, I wasn't gonna miss out on, selling my shares at fucking $120. When do we go to 4,000? Later this year, probably. If we hit it this year. No, I didn't sell my AMD to buy Nvidia. I sold like most of my tech shit. Um oh Around the beginning of June. I think by like mid-June I was out of almost everything on like the tech side of my portfolio. So like my HashiCorp, my Google, my AMD. I sold my Schwab after their earnings. I'm trying to think of what other shit I have. I still have Docu. I have JMA, but the long-term holding status of that is currently questionable. When do these safe, boring long plays make it into Pickles picks? Most of them were Pickles picks. Yeah, I don't have the meme stocks in there like Express and Fubo and GME. But I know like Campbell's Soup was a Pickles pick. Horizon was a Pickles pick. Oxy was a Pickles pick. Halliburton was a Pickles pick. BTU's been a Pickles pick a few times. Palantir in November was a Pickles pick, which is when I added more of it. DVN was a Pickles pick. HashiCorp was a Pickles pick. So all of those were included at some point. All right, busy time is about to start. All right, for sure, Dork. Thanks for the update, man. Express sitting on the NYSE deficiency list. Almost time to full port. Already. I don't need to buy any more of it. I never asked you before, but what is your impression for NFE, Nat Gas Energy Provider? Recently got a contract in Puerto Rico to control production for the entire island. That doesn't sound very valuable, but I don't have one. I'm not really interested in nat gas at a provider or extractor basis or speculators, right? I just buy nat gas. Probably futures or Boyle or something like that, or just like do a dispersion trade between Boyle and cold. Something, yeah. I don't have any interest in. I already have exposure through BP and Devon to nat gas on that side of it, and I think that's as much exposure as I would want to the production process. How do I feel about HE is about to have an equal and opposite reaction to the move this week? I might pick up some more October 15C. Okay. I feel like staying at the money is better. But I guess you could go further out of the money. You probably want more theta though. So, well, I guess mid. Are you October OPEX or like early October? 4520 time? No. Ten maybe. VIX is getting shorted down again. Looks like QQQ is gonna recover a bit. I have October 20th. All right. You can go shorter. You can go like a little shorter dated at the money, but yeah, if you want to get out of the money, it's probably, given that we didn't get a continuation after Friday, it's probably best to have some theta. You have like slightly better vol exposure too. KB's still shit. What's it doing today? Gross. It's weird that there's no Jan 24 leap on HE, but there's a Jan 25. Feels weird. It's a bit strange. Can they continue to pressure release Valve VIX a little at a time, or are they making a ticking time bomb in your opinion? I mean, I think their Vega risk to the downside is already kind of a ticking time bomb. And every time they compound that more by trying to make a big push in the indexes, it gets worse. But like price action like this, where we're just chopping and minimal vol shortings going on, I don't think is super detrimental. Maybe we fill the gap at 45.15-ish below, before a flush below 4,500. I don't think a flush below 4,500 is going to happen unless we get capitulation of the 4,500 and 4,495 strikes. Which, given that they were bought in the money and erected defensively, is probably unlikely. Unless we trade up above gamma neutral, in which case they would pull them back. Have you looked at the company GME? They recently opened a store in a small town in Louisiana that doesn't have any other game stores, so they control all the games in that town. My favorite thing recently is Super Stonk posting like clips of DFV talking about how bullish physical games were when GME was trading at like $2 fucking dollars. That's some good copium. Has Geek ever commented on STCGF? That's literally zero volume and it's being promoted by YouTubers. Sounds like a pump and dump. The smartest thing DFV did was go silent. I agree. Do you think GME is dead overall? No. I mean, I still make yields on it that are significantly in excess of like the treasury rate, so I don't have any like incentive to get rid of it. If it ran up high enough, I'd probably sell everything. When isn't DFV's original PT like $15 to $20? Yeah. The price of the stock was super fucking low. Also, everyone forgets that. He wasn't buying GME at 400 fucking dollars or 350 or 200 or 150. I mean, GME's price currently is higher than it was in Feb of 2021, right? He also bought tons of options, which Superstock likes to ignore. Yeah, he also made the majority of his money on those options. You see it hitting 40 again? If it did, I'd sell everything. Or are you stashing SPX neutrals lately? I didn't post them. I never post them in the daily. They're on the chart, but I never post them like individually. If you click on the SPX chart though, they're all there. How many fucking tests of 4520 on ES are we gonna get? Don't yell at me. I'm sensitive. I'm sorry, Willie. Gross. Ugh. The only reason I'm still holding GME is because I can occasionally sell CCs. I mean, same. The CCs are still worth it. I mean, I know they're not what they once were, but I'm really annoyed with how bad Portland, Maine was as a city. Is that your first time in Maine? It's not a very exciting place. I think we need a new GME CC selling video rant tutorial upload. What's there to rant about? Portland was a dump. It's like a fishing town. I don't know. I just love when you do. I feel like you went to the wrong Portland or something. Somebody ask a dumb GME question. Where's Walken? I mean, for me with GME, I'm just kind of caught between like, I should probably just sell everything and put my money in something that makes more money than GME does. But at the same time, I've done an obscene amount of research on GameStop, and I'm pretty confident in my ability to predict most, if not all, of its price action at this point, and that in and of itself is valuable. I mean, I'm up pretty much across the board on my debit spreads right now. My sold calls aren't at any risk of being assigned before tomorrow. The last time I got assigned on calls was like June, and I only got assigned on like 15 of them or something. I think that was the first time I ever got assigned on calls. No, there's no part of me that holds for MOASS. Just compounding gains. I can't tell you, Frat Technician, how little I believe that there's any potential of a MOASS type event on GME. When cycles? Cycles are still there. They just suck. Yeah, my cost basis is negative. Couple bucks. Well, adjusted cost basis is negative by a couple bucks. Will you DRS when Super Stonk finally accepts defeat? No. Although, it'd be really cool if they were able to DRS the entire float and I could lend my shares out at like 500% a year. What if they issue forward guidance? I don't see it happening. Guidance for what? They've issued, they've issued forward guidance already. It's just sucked. They were like, we're going to stop focusing on e-commerce and focus on our shitty stores. How's that DRS effort even going? They're still placating themselves by telling them, don't worry, DRS numbers are going to be down next quarter because of X, Y, or Z event, not because half of you are selling because you're tired of this shit. What if Cohen says, peener, peener, peener? I'd buy more for sure. I don't need to buy. I don't need to buy more. OBV shows no one is selling. Surely you scared the DRSers off by now. I'd like to think so, but I'm pretty convinced some of them still hate watch the stream. What if Cohen buys Funko Pop and makes a Pickle Funko? Then I sue him, right? Yeah. Well, it depends on how generic the Pickle Funko is. If it's just me in like a pickle suit. Mm. Fuck, this is boring. Delta's picking up a bit. So there's some call buying, but it may not be enough. You hear about this new pickleball craze going on? You starting to brand out into sports? No. I have a trademark on my likeness. He's gonna make a centaur since you're not a centaur? Damn it. It's called Buy Five. If Ryan Cohen makes a knockoff me Funko, awesome. This inability to pump and mediocre VIX shorting seems very bearish. Well, it's not that it's very bearish. It's just not very bullish. Fine, I'll buy a 4510p when we test above 4515. Are you happy now, Gherk? No one shows the 4505p love, and it shows. That's not true. The 4505p is net short gamma. You and a bunch of other people are bag holding the same strike. I can't wait to short Tesla. I can't believe that piece of shit is coming back to 260. It did break up above resistance, by the way, for anybody that was watching that. Next resistance is 256.61. I hold a trademark as well. Nice. Like, my favorite is when they ask where and when new DD. They banned everybody that wrote DD. Or ostracized them. Apple's 45 degrees only up since open. Not a single break. Pumpers on point. Eh. Still below 190. They got cross tech. I don't really know how much of this is pumping versus just short calls from closing from last week. Like, Nvidia's still red on the day. Apple's barely up. It's only up like 13 cents. Tesla's the only one with any like significant price improvement. And it's still down from like Friday market open. When will RC delight shareholders? Customers. He only delights the customers. Supposedly. I didn't realize 50% of China's GDP was based on housing. Is this not a gigantic 2008? Yeah. So like our own Michelin guide? Leaving for Portugal for a 3-month stay. Cool. Wouldn't be possible without your teachings. Thank you, Pickle Man. So this is what it feels like to be a little less poor. Look at me, Mom. Congratulations, Spy-Fi. Well done, man. I hope you enjoy yourself. We need some bearish data to push this thing to 4,800. Teddy will be the real MOASS. It's not even a publicly traded company. So I have a modest proposal. I only accept indecent ones. Don't spend your entire vacation watching the stream. Like, enjoy yourself. Cannoli should not have an espresso flavor. Hmm. I don't I don't know if I'm happy that you tried cannoli or really angry that you tried a flavor of cannoli that should never exist. I guess it's a net positive. Be happy that it wasn't ranch flavored. I am happy about that. Although I feel like espresso, they're trying to recreate tiramisu in a cannoli, and I hate everything about what that implies. Like cannoli shouldn't have a pistachio flavor. It just has pistachios on it. It's espresso. You fucking fuck you, popcorn. Can you explain the rationale for the SPX spread you have open? Which one? I have a bunch of spreads open on SPX. Oh, the one on here? Oh, so I didn't know if I was going to use my day trade on HE last Friday. And so if I was going to, I wanted to open up downside exposure on SPX before the end of the day. So I opened that bear spread, and then I ended up deciding to sacrifice the $400 gain on my zero DTEs on HE, and then WeBull sold them anyway. I'm gonna call it espresso until we hit 43.50. That's just really rude. I'm not gonna respond to that, dork. I think I'm the only human who occasionally enjoys marzipan. Well, because it's awful. It's just sugar. It's just a chunk of sugar shaped and painted like things. Any tips for setting stops based on the ticker's position instead of options price? I'm having a hard time figuring out option prices at certain price points, and online calculators are not doing a good job either. Options have their own charts, so use the options chart to set your stops instead of using the chart from the underlying. That'll probably help a bunch. I tried pistachio flavor too, but I think I might FOMO into ranch flavor next time. Okay, ranch flavor is not a thing. There's no savory fucking cannoli. What's the goal of the pumpers today? It doesn't look like de-risking to not lose 4,500. And ideally to gain gamma neutral. Just been their goal for the last 4 days. I was thinking of something. I think it's possible for me to get a loan for the value of a house I'm gonna buy, collateralizing said house, like a NELOC, no equity line of credit. I think you could do it. CoreWeave did it, so can I, right? Yep. Disgusting. I'm not responding to any of these comments. The fuck is the point of gaining GN? The market maker supports them. They had it most of last week. No, they didn't. They didn't have it most of last week. We failed tests of gamma neutral last week multiple times. Every time we broke GN, it was just met with a flood of call selling, and then price was crushed back below it. Is top or HE more nummy? I don't really know how nummy top is right now. Hear me out here. Fried, fuck off. If this could pump another 10 bucks on SPX, it'd be cool. If not, it would not be very cool. Well, it's losing a lot of momentum. Well, good luck to them getting it. Yeah, I mean, I don't think even if they get it, there's not a lot of liquidity. That's their biggest problem, right? Is that from gamma neutral to where the sold calls are, the range has been quite wide, right? And so once they get above gamma neutral, there's really not a lot of liquidity for them, which leads to more calls being sold. And then they fail to hold gamma neutral, right? Because like by selling calls, the call sellers are kind of moving gamma neutral out of the current trading range effectively. That's just been going on every time we've tested it, and without liquidity there, they can't get more momentum. So really, they need and over time, like the dealers, the dealers sold call positioning has moved closer to the money, because we're trading fairly flat, right? But there's still very little liquidity above gamma neutral. So like even right now, if they ran it hard as fuck and broke gamma neutral, I doubt we'd go above like 45.35. Bears don't well, frankly, bears don't have any reason to do anything right now. The only thing that's gonna like spook the bears into taking short dated positions is if VIX starts to run up a lot, right? And it started to run up a little bit this morning, and we saw some zero DTE puts coming in out of the money. But not a ton of them. And for now, bears can just sit back and buy long dated puts at nothing because they're cheap as fuck, right? Where are they buying long dated puts? Like sub 4,500. A lot at 4,550 and 4,400. Or 4,450 and 4,400. Some in between there. 65, 25. But if bulls aren't going to pump the market and they're going to make puts free, why don't you just hang out and buy puts? Expiry? Anywhere from September 15th through like December. There have been a lot of like end of December puts coming in. Friday and some today too. Gherk, I bought puts for Tesla that expire this week. Weren't you paying attention to anything I said? Why did you buy puts with no confirmed breakdown? Put a fucking stop on him. I mean, Tesla's already at resistance now, so I'm sure you've already gotten blown the fuck up, but no one asked you to, Popcorn. Was pumping Tesla enough for a dispersion trade? No. Microsoft's up a lot, too. Microsoft's up like 1.5%. Apple's not really moving up a lot more, but it's up a little bit. Nvidia's kind of clawing back to neutral. I think Meta's up today. Google's still down. Amazon's still down quite a bit. What impact do the CTAs have in this illiquid environment? Wouldn't they be buying above DN? Or is their impact muted? They'd be probably buying above GN. We've been above DN for quite some time now. I think their impact was more pronounced when we were below DN and they were buying. Here, you know, they'd just be buying into the MM. Also, CTA flows haven't been very strong over the last couple weeks. Few weeks. You need my purchasing power to bring down the market. When the SEC turn off stock market because of crime? Never. At what point does a cannoli classify as an Italian cheese stick? Like a mozzarella stick? Or is it more on the Mexican spectrum of cow liquid taco? It's not really a cheese, it's a pastry. It's a cheese-filled pastry. What is CTA flows? Commodity trading advisors. They're like commodities traders. They trade futures and commodities. Like big degenerates. Are you ready for COVID to come back? Sure. Say they never get and break GN. What do the pumpers' exit method look like? Will they just not close? And eventually the weight of the accumulating bearish position is going to outweigh the dwindling call side positioning, right? So they're going to have to close something, or their risk is going to go up again. Your VIX chart is so angry. So Subway is a pastry shop? Okay. Any chance of getting longer dated pickle picks in the future? I haven't been doing that lately because it's very hard to beat the returns already available and the risk-free rate. There's not a lot of there's not that there isn't any value out there, but there's not a lot of value out there that is substantially greater than buying treasuries. Especially not with the current conditions. You know, you're taking on a ton of risk investing into equities. But you can review my older ones if you haven't, because I'm still in many of those. Some of them are still quite good. Are Bubba puts for 85 and 915 expiry dead? If you have puts at 85, they've been dead for weeks. What the fuck was there an opportunity to buy an 85 put? Like end of August before the bounce? Or like August 25th? Did you buy $85 puts when we were trading at like 92? Dieter, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. How to pores buy treasuries. You can buy treasury ETFs, but then you pay a management fee. Or you can buy them directly through your broker, depending on your broker. But most brokers you can buy treasuries through. I know Fidelity you can. Schwab you definitely can. IBKR you can. I got some then. It was a Pickles pick. I mismanaged it apparently. It opened that morning above risk. Like the day it was a Pickles pick, it gapped up in the pre-market the next before the next morning's open and opened above risk. I bought puts on it, but it's been all over the fucking place. I went over this yesterday on the members stream too, but I have calls and puts on it. They're at the money though. Well, closer to the money than your puts. The problem is China keeps changing their economic outlook every other night. So if you have 85 puts, you need to bring them either much closer to the money, or you need to consider ditching them because you're way the fuck out of the money right now. Risk on that play was at 88.94. Any projection on when the housing market will take a downturn in the US? It's already starting to turn down. The rate at which it does that is kind of an unknown. Pricing in that industry is more efficient than it has been in the past. More efficient pricing should mean that price realization is faster. Like in '08, it took all the way until like 2012 before the housing market really bottomed. Nowadays, I would say that's going to happen probably quicker, but low supply could create drag on declining house prices until unemployment picks up. I don't look at risk levels. I know you don't, Popcorn. Those ETF fees are as cheap as the transaction fee for buying treasuries at auction or market with Fidelity. If they aren't going to be held longer than a year, that's true. But if you're buying treasuries in lieu of a buy and hold on an equity, you'd assume that a greater than 1 year hold, right? The wedge forming on ES futures volume of the 5-minute candle. I think you'd have a hard time directly pointing to a wedge here. It's more of just a descending trend with like one volatility spike. But I mean, it's continuing to be a descending trend. I would agree if you're buying duration, then you should go direct, but you lose the ability to sell options on that holding too. IBTD, IBTE, IBTF are not bad ways to get short duration though. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Not as marginable though. If you sell covered calls on the position and your covered call goes in the money, you're gonna lose that margin leverage, which sucks. I can't believe you skipped right over my broth joke. I'm thinking of investing in bullion. Does that make me a chicken, or should I invest in stock instead? I didn't do it intentionally, but now I realize that I think I read it and did it anyway. What's up, popcorn? HE or AMC, higher price and a week. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck AMC is trading at. Can you tell Larry to send me my iShares commission? That's not the way it works. 0 DTE 4485 P here? Who says no? Oh boy, you better really hope that the calls capitulate into the end of the day. I'm gonna close my bull put spread. I feel like 90% returns is good enough. I should just close both of them, actually. What a great condor for the weekend. Hmm. Is the call wall at 4,500 strengthened for today? No, actually they moved it down because they started to lose 4,500. So most of the downside call interest is at 44.95 right now. 4,500 on other expirations, but 44.95 today for 0 DTs is the bigger call interest strike. Bull put spreads bullish or bearish? Bullish. It's in the title. Gonna do some LSAT studying. Ooh, fun. I'll be back in a bit. Maybe Fubo will save my port. Is 190 the ceiling on Apple? Seems like pumpers used it to pump. I hope so, because I want to go short Apple this week. And it's 190 is like the perfect entry for that. Could you advise on a bronze or palladium condor? Those are just rarer. Where did Vix go? There it is. It was hiding. Then why put? It's a sold put. You're selling a put, which is bullish. Like selling a call is bearish. It's the inverse. It's the inverse action, popcorn trader. The gamma exposure chart looks weird today. That is all. Really? Mine doesn't look that weird. Which one are you looking at? Like 0 DTE? There's just a bunch of calls underneath us, a bunch of puts at the money, and then a bunch of calls out of the money. I'm gonna call this the gamma saddle. TM. We're just sitting in it. Right there. Boop. Actually, Delta's increasing on the drop here, so it's possible wow, it's possible that we test like 4,500 again, I guess, if this keeps breaking down. WeBull screen's stuck in the past. I'm doing shit on. I had to close. Just don't worry about it. How's volume look? Like shit. I promise if we keep breaking down, I'll donate all my Pokemon cards to the homeless. Did you sell all the expensive ones already? No homeless people want to carry around a big fucking box of common Pokemon cards. If he's having trouble understanding, just ask Popcorn what would happen if he sold to open every option he ever bought. He'd be way richer than me. So much richer than me. Holy shit. Do you know how many calls he's bought? It's insane. Red candle, market crash. Don't get them excited, dork. I appreciate their enthusiasm for our $10 range of trading today, but today is not a day for out of the money enthusiasm. I mean, technically we could find a higher low here, right? Although it's unlikely. Mother of all red candles. Oh, Jesus. Hey, did some out of the money calls close? That's cool. When close in the money calls? Why won't they just... Never? It's keeping up the entire SPX. How many bips is this? Should I ask Dork? He's gonna time you out. Do you think Elon Musk would... Oh, smart. How many... Do you... What? Do you think Elon Musk would benefit from a cologne brand called Musket Man? No. That definitely wouldn't. Who the fuck said that? I got him anyway. Time for a bull put spread again. Dork, what data do you think will be more bearish tomorrow? S&P Global Services PMI or ISM Services PMI? Yes. Do we think that the Fed beige book and then Logan's speech is going to save the market? From bad PMI data? Like after the PMI data is released, he's just going to come out and be like, listen, we're not afraid of anything. Everything's great. The banks are sound and resilient. Our currency is totally supposed to be massively overweighted. This won't affect US exports at all. Also, yes. Great. So tomorrow, basically, we get a drop to like 44.80 and then bounce back to 45.10. They're just going to come out and go, we're going to start a war. Okay, that's good though, because then we get a market crash. War is not just up. War goes down first, then it goes up. No one's going to buy fucking LMT at these prices. Are you kidding me? Data's had a pretty pronounced effect over the last 2 weeks. The interpretation of that data has been incorrect, but it still had an effect. That's how you end up married. We at the Fed are committed to keeping the yen-dollar carry trade maxed out until Japanese citizens are paying their entire income on essential goods. They're already doing that. My buddy sent me a picture from the grocery store in Japan. A fucking box of Oreos is like $35. It's not even like a big box of Oreos. It's like a single fucking like the gas station ones, like a single sleeve of Oreos in a fucking cardboard box. It was like, I think it was like 4,999 yen. So there's something crazy like that. Or 39, I think it was like 4,900. It takes money to buy whiskey. Still down on my 4405 fees. You really bought it the most inopportune possible time. We at the Fed are leveraging Oreos in the JPY USD carry trade. Can you talk about how the double stuffed Oreos are not as double stuffed as they used to be? That's because they came out with mega stuffed Oreos that are slightly less double stuffed than double stuffed used to be. It's actually sad because the one thing that survived 2008 through 2012 was Nabisco's willingness to overstuff an Oreo. I don't know about you guys, but that got me through the recession. It doesn't matter. Nutter butters are better anyway. But there was a time when Oreo was the goat, you know? They were like, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna give you twice the amount of filling. Same price. Not a fan of the extra stuffing. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Ban. Golden stuffed Oreos are disgusting. Those are for grandmas. Who the fuck eats vanilla cookies? That's like eating sugar cookies. The sugar cookie is the most pointless fucking cookie on the planet. Also, Peter Schiff is my spirit animal. Fight me. I mean, if you said that to me in person, I would. You go great with my Andes Mints and Werther's Originals. Eat a spoonful of flour and a spoonful of sugar. Boom, sugar cookie. No, you have to take a stick of butter and roll it in flour and sugar and then eat it. But close enough. I know you're actually 3'11", but have hands the size of small cats. I'm 4'2", but that's not the point. What do you mean? Sugar cookies are great. I'm not having this argument with you again. They're fucking trash and you know it. Somebody just gave up halfway through the cookie making process. What's wrong with Peter Schiff? He's insane. Although, not as bad as Dave Ramsey. A shortbread's just a dry sugar cookie. That's also garbage. You were timed out, though, Lawrence. Fast Gamma still 44.97. 44.97.50. Wait, no. Fuck that. Shortbreads are the actual goat. Okay. Hold on. No, they're not. Like Lorna Dunn or whatever the fuck they're Lorna Dune. No, no, no. It's a butter cookie. Trash. That's what you're eating. You're eating. I know every cookie uses a sugar cookie as its base. That's what you're eating. You're eating the base cookie. No upgrades. Just generic fucking cookie. If I want to chip a tooth, I'd just chomp on a brick. Like a poor that can't afford spices? Gross. I know. No, I don't particularly like Milanos. I'm not gonna get into this too deeply, but dark chocolate also is kind of shit. It has its place, but usually it's garbage. People just eat it because they think it's gonna make them like healthier. It's like, oh look, I'm eating this bag of dark chocolate pretzels. This is fine. It's like Diet Coke. Like it's okay. I can have a 48-ounce Diet Coke. It won't make me fatter. I'll use it to wash down my 2 Big Mac meals. I don't always eat cookies, but when I do, I eat piles of shortbread cookies and Oreos with the filling removed. No, you don't. I believe you eating piles of shortbread cookie, but no fucking nobody's gonna eat Oreo, just the wafers. They have no flavor. Dad, believe it or not, I set a stop and made money on a zero DTE. Can I get a head pat and a tummy rub? Sure, just imagine that's happening. Where does a warm and moist chocolate chip cookie rank in your cookie hierarchy? Top 3. Top 2, actually. Why are you attacking Lizzo? Who the fuck is Lizzo? Diet Coke is healthy as fuck. It's disgusting. The flavor is delicate and nuanced. You just wouldn't understand. They taste like chocolate chalk. That's what Oreo wafers taste like with no filling. Like there's a faint hint of powder and with a dusting of chocolate. Speaking of Big Macs, what's your guiltiest pleasure? I ate over 32 ounces of eggplant yesterday. Pop singer? Okay. WoW attacked Lizzo? I still don't know. Apparently, it's a pop singer. Large bodied, bad person to her crew, apparently. Okay. Weirds me out that Oreos are vegan. Also, oatmeal craisins are goated. Huh. Like an oatmeal cookie with craisins? That sounds delicious. When I want to drink copious amounts of acid, I prefer it to be artificially sweetened. Hmm. In defense of the wafer lover in the chat, I eat the wafers and hate the Oreo middle. There's too much fucking money in the world. Birkenstocks are selling at Costco for $40. I have those. I I own a pair of those. Probably not the ones from Costco though. Does Fluffy know you ate that much eggplant parm? I don't even think he knows I made it yet. Don't tell him. Shh. Did you say you ate 32 ounces of eggplant? Is that a euphemism? No. What's up, popcorn trader? Raisins are nature's candy, dork? Oh shit, fuck. Fluffy found out. See, you guys have big fucking mouths, you know? Are you over 1% eggplant? Currently? No. It's a very oily dish. It comes out shortly after ingesting it. It's basically a ball of fiber, cheese, and oil. Like a cannonball. No, I've never put raisins in a brushel. You mean eggplants aren't penises? No, they're a vegetable fruit. Niche vegetable. Fruit? Yeah. Did AB&B join the Mag 7 in addition to joining the S&P? Apparently. Are we starting another hour-long bear flag? No better time than the present. Raisins are the rabbit shits of the plant world. What about things with raisins in it? What about the Persian dish tadig? Better than the 80% I was down before, going against pickle jar trends. I'm gonna put raisins and eggplant parmesan because I don't know any better. That's gonna taste really gross, man. Tell us more about Persian cooking. We want to learn about your culture. I really don't know that many Persian dishes. There's a British dish with raisins too. Spotted dick. What about spotted dick, dork? It's your fault. If I had a recipe, I wouldn't have to do it. It's true. I should go heat some more of that up. I've never had raisins in a cannoli. That doesn't sound good though. My Persian uncle eats white onions like an apple? Ew. I don't mind them if they're chopped up. There's nothing worse than eating a delicious, joyful, oatmeal-based pastry product and finding a fucking kind of sweet, fibrous shit in your mouth. I mean, I can't imagine a world without oatmeal raisin cookies. They're so good. Like, I don't just eat raisins, but they're good in some things. What if, Dork, why don't you take your raisins and soak them so they rehydrate and then they're just old grapes? Some Becky invited me over to Pump Uggies once. She gave me a potato salad with raisins in it. I walked out. Smart. Yeah, that was probably poisoned. Yeah, what about boba? Boba's probably closer to tiny rabbit shits. Any cannoli in a coal mine we need to look out for? No, I don't think so. What's the superior Little Debbie confection? Oatmeal pie or Star Crunch? First of all, it goes fudge round zebra cakes, cosmic brownies. Everything else they make is inedible. The kind of people that don't like oatmeal raisin cookies will tell you that white chocolate is good. It's not. Have you ever had a milk chocolate chip cookie with macadamia nuts? It's way fucking better than white chocolate chip with macadamia nuts. Boba is whimsical. Raisins are neglected fruit sold as something good. No one's ever sold anybody raisins under the auspices that it was a good thing. What about all the other dried fruits? What about dates and like figs? Are those all awful too? I've never been more irrationally angry in my life. Best place for oatmeal raisin cookies, or do you have any oatmeal raisin cookie baking tips? It's just like butter, oatmeal, raisins, cinnamon, and sugar. Ooh, you could use muscovado sugar for that extra edge. One time I made oatmeal raisin cookies with tiny little cubes of apple also in them. So they were like oatmeal apple raisin cookies. And those were even better than just oatmeal raisin cookies. You've had a lot of outlandish takes, so the milk chocolate plus macadamia nut cookies take is spot on. They're really good. Is HE March 24 too much data for 15C? It's either I pay for 45 DTE, 101 DTE, or 92. There's nothing in between. I know. You could always do 45 and then roll at 30 to 90, right? There are very few, if not zero, applications for white chocolate where regular chocolate is not a better alternative. I agree. Butterscotch? I've never had a butterscotch chip. I've had butterscotch in a cookie, but it wasn't a chip. It was just butterscotch. I just want to be clear. I said and meant oatmeal craisin cookies. You said craisin. Maybe chat doesn't know what they are. They're dried cranberries. I'm sorry that you did a triathlon and they didn't have any zebra cakes popcorn. That sounds terrible. I want to put those oatmeal dinosaur eggs in my oatmeal cookies. Do you guys remember those? I do. And they were amazing, and I think they still sell them sometimes. All right, I'm out of my horribly entered puts. What play to make money now? Does there have to always be one? Where do you source your coarse salt? I have a bunch of different coarse salts. I have a little like salt brick that I can break pieces of salt off of to use as like a finishing salt. I just want you to know that I heard what you said about housing this morning. I was here lurking, and it made my insides giggle. Okay. Time for the real conversation. Candy corn on pizza. Candy corn is shit. I think almost everybody can universally agree that candy corn is the most garbage of all candies. It's just compressed like powdered sugar. It's like palm oil and powdered sugar pressed into a corn shape. My mom does love candy corn. You're not wrong. I have like a bucket of Maldon finishing salt. Good shit. Banana runts is horrible, but banana Laffy Taffy is the best flavor. Circus peanuts are pretty garbage too, but they're not as bad as candy corn. Erroneous on all accounts about candy corn. No, accurate and true. Candy corn pumpkins are worse. All candy corns are awful. Who was the salt lamp guy that was super weird? That was Stefan. I think he died. The part about how it's realizing prices faster, you know, someone said that. Yeah, me. I said that. The question wasn't if prices would be realized faster. The question was when it was going to crash. And you were convinced it was going to happen like immediately. I know you were wrong. I still have your emails. Freeze dried candy, big puffed up versions of your favorites, caramel apple pops or money. I've never had that. That sounds awful. My wife likes candy corn and it's convinced me she's a sociopath. It sounds, yeah. All right. I've been in a meeting for the last 2 hours. Did I miss anything crazy? We went up to 45.10 and then down and then up to 45.10 again and then back down. What about deep fried candy corn? That sounds even more disgusting than candy corn. You think he bled out when he accidentally nicked his sack while shaving with a straight razor? I think he might have been building a terrarium in his office and his head got stuck in it and he couldn't breathe. He might have died. He could put up with a lot of abuse, and I can't imagine him just leaving and not asking you about the most recent indicator he'd heard about. Or he's Jensen. Freeze dried Skittles? What the fuck? My wife likes me, and it's convinced me that she's a sociopath. No, this isn't bullish. We're talking about candy again. Did anyone bring up the Pores chocolate Christmas oranges yet? Yeah, what is with that? Do only poor kids eat those? My mom used to get them every Christmas. She'd also get those big fucking candy canes that I've never eaten one my entire life. But it's like a club. And it's like something I don't know, like in the fucking 60s or 70s or whenever I guess kids would get them and they'd just fucking suck on them for months, just compounding their cavities or something. You could use those to secure your steering wheel. Did you beat your siblings with yours? No, I was way older than my siblings, so fighting them was kind of physically fighting them was off the table for most of their lives. Also, pours Tootsie Rolls. Hmm. Parents who love their kids get them toys, not fruit. I would always get a chocolate orange and then a real orange and like a giant fucking peppermint stick. And I don't like peppermint. I don't like sticky things. I love Ferrero Rocher. I have like a 50 pack in my kitchen right now. Don't even tempt me. I'll go eat some. Gold coins taste like wartime chocolate, but they're kosher. I never told them they were adopted. I wasn't. I don't know if I was the best brother. I was kind of a prick, but aside from being a kind of a prick, I wasn't that bad. I wasn't like the kind of brother that like kicks their siblings' asses or anything. That's weird. Why do siblings beat each other up? You know what? You know what? It's always seems to be the worst sibling to have is an older sister. I've never met somebody in my entire life that likes their older sister. There's like, yeah, my older sister was a fucking bitch. It's never positive. And if it's sisters, it's even worse. I beat up my sister because she was a snitch. I knew one guy who really liked his older sister. Really? He went and developed alcoholism later. Well, that could be unrelated. Yeah, okay. I do. My sister is awesome. Huh. I love my older sisters dearly, and we talk almost daily. Would you have felt the same way about them at the age of like 13? Terrible people are more interesting. Middle Western consumer sentiment rap. Is VIX 14 the new red line for them? No, but above 14, it starts to get a little more slippery. It has more to do with the Vega exposure by strike, I think, at this point than it really does the value of the VIX. But if we move below 4,500 or 4,490, VIX will go up. The market maker will get progressively longer and longer vol. The problem there really lies in the fact that they haven't gotten us back above gamma neutral and in a range where the market maker's more likely to be shorting volatility. My older brother of 3 years would hit me lightly to tease me, and I would punch him as hard as I could. Lovely. I have 3 sisters, older, younger, and a twin. The twin is okay. I don't recommend the other 2. My older sister is the best. I was supposed to clean the house all day after school on Fridays, but she always did it and let me hang out with friends. That's pretty cool. I loved my older brother when he used to get me the drugs I liked at the time. See, I have the exact opposite opinion. Older brothers are the worst because a lot of times they don't care about their younger siblings. Well, maybe their siblings are too sensitive about it. Stefan and Moonwind just on an extended fishing trip in Florida? Maybe. I really pictured you as an only child. My problem was I was an only child for a very long period of time. I'm 32 and I still beat up my older sisters. I'm the oldest, by the way, so how would you know? You can't talk shit on older brothers if you were the oldest. I'm gonna ask them how you were. Well, that's extreme. Obviously, that's terrible. I'm the oldest of 5. All my siblings look up to me. I wish I was a better older brother when we were growing up. I treat them all with nothing but kindness now. I loved my older brother when he said he could pick me up from the senior parking lot. Not so much when he forgot while doing drugs. I don't want to be your big brother, Girk's publicist. We have a professional relationship. Why would you try to sour that? I used to put my sister in the dog cage when our parents left us home alone, and she would piss me off. What the fuck? Why are siblings so abusive to each other? I got beat so bad, bruises all over my body by my older brother. I got CPS called to my folks from the school at the time. Jesus. I loved having a little brother. We were best friends until he got too cool for me as a teenager. Well, you're kind of a big nerd, so maybe you just wanted to be popular. This one time, my brother took me to a party and got high and didn't notice I'd eaten peanuts, which I was allergic to. He had to drive me home high. Long story short, I no longer have a head. Okay. Back to 4510, then back to 4505. Looks like it. What do you think of O now at a 3-year low? It could go lower. I think O's finally experiencing the thing the that I sold it because of. So, but yeah, it can go lower. I have a scar on the side of my face when my younger sister lunged at me and scratched me with her claws. Jesus. My mom and dad both have older sisters. Each older sister kidnapped their respective mothers, and both mothers ended up dying shortly afterwards, like 15 years apart. Nobody likes the older. What the fuck? He did drugs and turned out to be a big loser, so joke's on him. I have way more friends than him now. That's from Hereditary. It's a movie. Okay. USD JPY 147.75. Win 148. I don't know, maybe tomorrow. It sounds like a lot of people in here didn't do enough drugs together with their siblings. I guess. I hit my brother so hard they had to cauterize his nose. It was an accident. The worst thing I remember about like my siblings when they were little was like when they were like toddlers, they had no like awareness that things existed behind their head, and you would grab them and they would fling their head back like that right into your fucking nose. That was the worst. I got I got fucking I got like head butted in the nose by them like 50 different times. They also just like all of their body parts are at like balls height, and they just are constantly like little children are constantly like trying to punch you in the balls. Elbow, punch, jump on. It sounds like a father in training. It's terrible. My brother hit me in the nose so hard they had to cauterize it. Is my brother in here? My kids headbutt me in the nose constantly. I have a scar between my eye and my nose from my brother's throwing a steak knife at me from across the dining room table. At least he didn't get your eyes. My 3-year-old's a big fan of flinging her head back like that into walls. Might want to try to prevent that behavior. I'm not sure how my younger sister of two felt about how, whenever I got off school, I would then proceed to teach her the stuff I just learned in class. Huh. When I was 6, my older brother went into my snow fort and wouldn't get out, so I stomped on his throat once with my winter boots. He's fine. I've been nailed in the nose by that head backswing so many times. I can relate. 5 kids. That's a lot of fucking kids. You're a busy boy. Why the fuck is meta pumping so hard? I don't know. Things look bullish in the metaverse. To be fair, my sister was terrified of snakes, so in the middle of the night, I would open up a snake picture book I had, wake her up showing her the book. I think it caused her night terrors. My 45050 DTE call isn't deep in the money yet. Win chop over. I don't think it's getting any better. Not today. My uncle wanted to swing me around by the arm because he thought I'd have fun. My body rotated, but my arms stayed in place, and now I have Lego arms. That's like what's that called? You're not supposed to like pick up like little kids by their arms because they get is it like nursemaid's elbow or something? They're like elbow. Well, it doesn't dislocate, but it's like a tendon comes loose. I was practicing my T-ball. I did that to my little brother one time when I was picking him up. My mom freaked the fuck out. I was practicing my T-ball swing when I was 6, and my brother won. He was too close behind me. I told him to back up like 5 times. He wouldn't, so I swung anyway. He got hit in the forehead. Fuck. Why is everyone listening to all these childhood trauma stories is the reason my wife, a therapist, will never be unemployed. Clearly, I chose the wrong profession. This one time, I snuck out into the backyard early on Easter morning and filled some of the plastic eggs with lizards, and it scared all my sisters so bad one of them peed. Where did you get a collection of lizards to fill the eggs with? Like, that's a lot of premeditation. Can you update on why gambling on an ETF following the S&P is a thing this week? What do you mean? Who's gambling on SPY? Nice use of a passive voice. He got hit in the forehead versus I wailed on him with a bat. They're super easy to catch. Why did you have so many of them? We dislocated our little sister's shoulder 3 or 4 times because we pull each other over the back of the couch off of the floor to escape sharks. Doctors taught my parents to relocate the shoulder. You can catch a dozen in 5 minutes in the burbs around Houston. Huh. Little anal ones? I hate floor sharks. Worst is lava floor sharks. The pickle jar gets so fucking weird sometimes. I was playing hardball in my front yard with my neighbors. I was 5 and they were 12. I was pitching and took a line drive directly to the forehead between my eyes. This may explain my portfolio. Double down on the NVIDIA put. We got data tomorrow. I'm feeling this chop ending, straight gut feeling. The feeling in my gut could also be food poisoning. I mean, I still have my NVIDIA puts from last week. I'm not really worried unless it breaks above like 488. You guys ever slide backwards down the stairs on your tummy? No, and I saw your video. I did take like those plastic bin lids, like the storage bins, and slide down the stairs on those. I also went through a phase from like 8 to 15 where I like to go up the stairs on all fours. We had very steep stairs and it felt more balanced. Goth centaur phase. You harvested the most autistic, sarcastic shit posters from a mean stock Reddit. You had it coming. It's true. No, we were all well adjusted, fully matriculated adults, Gork. All right, man. You ever take a laundry hamper down the stairs? Yeah. My older brother used to have me and my other older brother fight while him and his friends placed bets on us. I love my siblings, honestly. I mean, did he cut you in on the winnings? Can confirm am adult. Smart enough to leave RSS, but also willing to join a pickle themed cult. Well, we had to have some kind of barrier to entry. We now have undeniable evidence that Gherk was in fact a centaur for at least 7 years. When I'm going upstairs to this day, I still get the urge to do it, and I'm only barely able to stop myself. No, I never took a sleeping bag down the stairs. This one time, Jimmy was a 140, and I told my brother to buy it. It went to 240, then he bought it, and he got wrecked. I think you could say that about a lot of people here. You ever take a sleeping pill down the stairs? Not fun. No. I took a what the fuck is it called? Ambien. Yeah, I took an Ambien one time, and I felt like my bed had turned into the ocean, and that went on for like 7 hours, and then I woke up. I still go up the stairs on all fours. It's faster. There's no other way to build momentum. I agree. It's the more efficient way to traverse stairs. It did. Someone give the spy an Ambien quick. I kind of want to take Ambien and fight it, and then fight God. All right, I'm gonna get some lunch because these conversations are getting ridiculous. I'll be back. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's gonna break out above 45.05, at least not right now. All right. I heard the USPS was having trouble paying people. Have you run into that, Squamsk? There's like a bunch of rumors going around that like they weren't able to pay all of their employees' salaries. Your youngest brother slash son? Are you from Alabama? Shovel that food in your face hole? I'm gonna get another fucking piece of this too. It's delicious. What's your favorite dish? I'm eating it right now. Eggplant. New Airbnb short-term rental law in New York must be rented out 30 days or more. Ah! So many condos are about to go on sale. That can't be bullish for Airbnb. They said there were 40,000 Airbnbs in New York wrecked. Yeah, it sounds like they're pretty fucked. Airbnb is up 8% today and joined the S&P on Friday. Hopefully it falls right back out again. Any thoughts on HE going to the end of this week, having $15 calls? Are they for the end of this week? You probably need more theta. Nope, it's not fucking baba ganoush. It's eggplant parmesan. Italian ganoush. It's more accurate. I mean, I guess charm is gonna affect the 44.95 and 4,500 positions the most. Since HE's action today is T5, does this mean we should target another T30? I mean, I guess you could. I got a guy coming to quote painting my house outside. Over, under, how much will it cost? I don't know. How much does house painting cost? Like three. I don't know how big your house is. 3 grand or something? Hmm. Never mind. Paint's like 30 times the price nowadays. You didn't post egg parm and cordon bleu? Nope. Yeah, I want to say it depends on the home size. The trick to eggplant parm is just salt the eggplant for a few hours before you assemble. Nope. Yes, it is. Don't lie. I'm not lying. It's First of all, salting the eggplant makes the whole dish wildly salty. It's not easy to get the salt off of it. Then you end up with wet eggplant. I'm not fucking salting and drying like 600 slices of eggplant. That's insane. You don't need to do that at all. And I've tried it and it's awful. Also, soaking it in milk makes it taste weird. You want to preserve the eggplant's bitter flavor. I'm so hungry, but I have to wait like an hour for my chicken to be ready. Market Basket was out of ready-made cheapy sandwiches. What the fuck is Market Basket? Can you align the charts? Probably. That's where quality goes to die. New England kind of supermarket? Okay. Is the trick not to use powdered Parmesan from a can? I mean, you should probably never use that shit. Market Basket's a grocery store in New Hampshire for poor people. Okay. Don't they have like Aldi? I'm sure air frying White Castle burgers is optimal. No, because they'd get toasty. That'd be terrible. Why'd you make a deal of Jensen selling a baby bit of NVIDIA last week? He had poor timing. Why would you sell if you're gonna increase your earnings expectations quarter over quarter for the next 2 years? Additionally, why would you choose to sell right when everyone started figuring out that the people buying the majority of your cards are using them to collateralize financing to buy the majority of your cards? It's like really big Aldi with actual brands. They used to have amazing deals on lobster. I've never been to New Hampshire. It's actually it's I think it's more of his actual holdings. Like most of the shares Jensen owns are in trusts. But of the like 7.3, he has like 7.3 million, I think. This is about 3% of his directly owned shares. 3.2%, something like that. Can you put lemon or lime on a pizza? Sounds gross. Still doesn't seem like enough to be that concerned with. There was $120 million. Aldi's blows, at least the one I went to. Some people love it. 1 second. Cool. I got a new I got a new O-ring for my espresso machine. 120 million is chump change for him. I don't think his cash liquidity is very high. His salary's not all that insane. I'll double check it, but he makes 21 million a year, so he sold the equivalent of 5 years worth of his salary. If he was scared, why wouldn't he sell 10%? Because selling 10% says I'm scared. Although throughout NVIDIA's history, Jensen's been really good at selling the top. So for people that are at least paying attention, it's not a good sign. The last time he sold was like right after the split in 2021. His salary is 21 million a year. I'm in the wrong business. Yeah, you are. I mean, very famously, the last time he sold right before they revised their outlook for like 2022 and reduced their guidance. So it could be a signal of that. From a PR standpoint, it doesn't look good that your largest customer might be committing fraud. Especially when when the bulk of your sales from the prior quarter are made up by that one customer. How are markets flat, but Dixie straight up yeeted this morning? It's still yeeting higher. Wait, what's up with NVIDIA customer fraud? So CoreWeave, which is like a big CoreWeave bought like $2.3 billion worth of chips from NVIDIA last quarter. But they didn't really buy them. NVIDIA gave them the chips, and then they used the chips that NVIDIA gave them to collateralize a loan through Blackstone. And then they used the money from the loan from Blackstone to then pay NVIDIA. Isn't that fraud? I mean, in like a vacuum. But it is kind of like a Ponzi scheme. Yeah. And then, Blackstone owns. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, shit. Poopy Pants. What was the name of that company? Hmm. I wonder if there's a way to tie Blackstone. PIMCO, BlackRock, and Blackstone are all funding similar deals. Hmm. BlackRock has 182 million shares. How long until Nvidia gets in trouble for this? Slash when shares crater. Well, I mean, it puts their earnings at risk of the performance of these like startup cloud service providers that were all formed under the auspices of being different companies, right? Like CoreWeave was supposed to be like an F miner, but now all of a sudden they're a cloud services provider. This is true for a lot of them, right? Like they've all pivoted into AI because they didn't really have a business model in the first place. Could Blackstone have represented certain hidden clients and arranged with CoreWeave to front the purchase? You mean like buying them for China? Maybe. Blackstone's mostly owned by Morgan Stanley, Schwab, JP Morgan, Bank of America. Not baby BlackRock, different. BlackRock, I actually think, interestingly, doesn't have any direct ownership stake in Blackstone. They are separate. They have Blackstone like shares in ETFs and stuff, but I don't think they have any direct ownership of Blackstone outside of ETFs. Which is actually really odd considering BlackRock owns some of everyone and is majority owned by like Vanguard, and they own the majority of Vanguard. Would you enter Apple Play near risk or wait for a rejection of the risk level? Oh, I'd probably, I don't know, at risk, I think, with like a tight stop. Let me see what it's at right now. Yeah, I'd be pretty comfortable entering around here with and just maintaining risk. Who made the loan to CoreWeave? Blackstone? So Blackstone, BlackRock, K2, and um who the fuck was the other one? Magnetar? So here we go. The other lenders in the facility are Cato, Digital Bridge, BlackRock, PIMCO, and Carlyle Group. So they raised 2.3 billion in a debt facility collateralized by the Nvidia chips. The new financing will be used to acquire more graphics processing units, invest in data centers and hiring, and the company's announced a $1.6 billion data center in Texas last week and aims to expand to 14 in the US by the year end. And then they raised 421 million in equity, led by Magnetar Capital at a valuation of $2 billion. Fubo Barra fee jumped to 10%. Bullish. Good entry here for Tesla. It looks like QQQ is starting to slip. Yeah, but I wouldn't take on the risk of anything but like a debit spread. It's over resistance, which is you're you're really taking a big risk that this tests like the 60, like 260. I don't actually know if I would enter here. You might want to wait. I would confirm a breakdown. Even if you miss like the awesome entry, like carrying this into the overnight is really risky. $2.3 billion. Where have I heard that number recently? Nvidia earnings? Explain the Nvidia Ponzi scheme again. Draft an invoice. Then customer uses chips, undelivered chips, to collateralize a debt facility. Then the customer pays you back the total amount of the undelivered chips. Bernie Madoff would be proud. He would be. Isn't using all of your factory infrastructure to collateralize your factory infrastructure loan like maxing out your margin in a directional trade? Yes. Wait, so you're telling me NVIDIA owns a stake in CoreWeave, gave CoreWeave chips? No, CoreWeave hasn't received any chips yet. But CoreWeave did collateralize the promise of a future delivery of chips that have not yet been made to pay NVIDIA back the same amount they got on revenue. Nah, it's a coincidence, right? Yeah. Are graphics chips the new 2023 NFTs that are priced solely on speculation? Oh, that's crazy. AI is gonna fundamentally change the way everything works. It won't just make people slightly better at Photoshop. I mean, the chips they ordered aren't made yet. They're like the GH200 chip, which isn't, it's not even in production yet. So how could they be delivered? So NVIDIA's doing some silly accounting, and we end up with a bubble that ends in Taiwan getting invaded. Bro, if replacing your face on GIFs is anything to go by, AI is gonna make billions of internet points. It also makes people slightly better at drafting blogs and other website content. Yeah, but it makes that content well, okay, probably better than what the average person would produce, but worse than what a good writer would create, right? Okay, that's fair. NVIDIA wouldn't be able to take revenue on that, and yet they reported the revenue of that transaction in their 10Q. It was the reason they beat, as a matter of fact. Wait, 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 Gurk. What? Peener? See, imagine if you went short Tesla right there. You would have gotten blown out. That saved your life. Like in that song. Even the dumbest auditor wouldn't sign off on that. And yet, it's there. Even the dumbest auditor signed off on Enron's books. No, they completed a sale. Well, I mean, as far as the paperwork goes, they completed a sale with their, company that they have a stake in. Oh, interesting. CoreWeave also is exploring a minority stake sale that would value the company at 8 billion. The deal involves selling about 500 million worth of existing common shares, which would represent 8% of CoreWeave stock, Morgan Stanley was hired to sell the shares. Curious. Yeah, Nvidia's chips are sold out until 2024. Supposedly. One second. Yeah, so CoreWeave bought 2.3 billion in Nvidia chips, and then reported a $2.3 billion data center beat on their 10Q. And Nvidia was part of their Series B funding alongside Magnetar Capital, Nat Friedman, and Daniel Gross. Is CoreWeave a company whose sole purpose is to make itself and other companies look really good? Sure sounds like it. Isn't there a name for that kind of behavior? Bro, 600 million in startup capital, $8 billion valuation, $2.3 billion loan collateralized by non-existing chips. Their cloud services on sale. Immediately offering up a $500 billion equity stake upon completion of the deal. I'm in the wrong fucking business. FDIC has started the marketing process for a $33 billion commercial real estate CRE loan portfolio of failed New York lender, Signature Bank. Bullish. Everyone's totally got the money to snap those up. People don't understand how auditing works. I would say that the accountants in here do. Follow PY worksheets, put in CY numbers. Also, no management is going to ruffle NVIDIA because they're receiving massive audit fees to perform the job. That might be true. How do I take part in this grift? Well, me and you get together and we start a cloud services company. It doesn't matter what, right? And then we contact NVIDIA and let them know about our series funding to get that company launched and tell them how much we want to buy so many of their chips to be delivered in 2025. Then we live like kings for 2 years off of our fat stack of revolving credit. And then, oh, look, the company didn't end up actually doing anything in the long run. Whoops. I didn't watch that video. I'm not going to watch anybody cook a $2 steak. I'm going to order some H100s, use them as a collateral to buy Signature Bank's real estate portfolio, sell portfolio, cancel H100 order. Clown services. Did the pumpers build a call ramp for the end of day push? Not really. There's still a little bit of interest at 45.20, but there's still put walls at 45.05, 10, and 15. Total dealer delta is falling off, as it's wont to do with charm decay, but support at the 4500 and 4595 level has dwindled, and on the longer term time frame, put interest to the downside has accumulated pretty substantially today. So no, they haven't built a ramp, as it were. But we could still probably trade up to like 45.10. Once we get into like the last 30 minutes, it could swing down or up $10, but yeah, right now it looks like 45.10 is kind of the top of this, and then price is going to be drawn towards 4500. Having my ass up, that's genius. You wouldn't video yourself watching a video and then cooking your own steak, even if it paid like $1,000? Absolutely not. That's fucking poor people money. Why don't you do it? You make a $2 steak. And get some zero DT action paid for. This market's such a fucking piece of shit. Like, how does anybody watch the price action from today and say, "Yep, this is totally normal"? I think most people are watching the price action today going, "Hey, this is boring. Let's go do something else." Here, Gork, here's the thing. If you replace the letters in CoreWeave with the letters in fraud, it spells out fraud. And if you replace the video with the letters in Enron, it spells Enron. That's kind of cool. You're really getting deep into those practice exams. Hooked on Phonics has done so much for you. I hope you're able to compose a testimonial when you're done with the course. VIX intraday low. SPX not even as high as the previous chop area. Yeah, well, they're trying, right? Like Dixie to the moon, yen to the core of the earth, yields doing stupid shit, oil screaming we are inflating assholes, and the S&P 500 is like, yeah, bro, this is all good, man. Let's do another line. Nobody doing lines has ever said this is all good. Unless they're doing lines of like Delta 9. Fubo trying for $3. Cool. At least inflation is transitory. It would never go back up suddenly, right? Nothing would prompt that. Express is worth like 32 million with its current price. This is absurd. Well, they only have like 400 million cash, so you know, I don't know what you expect. I don't like things that are macerated in gasoline. I don't like to watch strangers masticate. So it's kind of the same. We're in SPX tanking. I need a new car. Probably not today. Express doesn't have a new options chain yet. No sell, no sell. I ain't selling until they fire Janet Yellen. Okay. Sitting at the bar trading this last hour, and they have tilted pickle whiskey available. I'm gonna have to have that made into an old fashioned. Probably a terrible idea, just like all of my trades. That doesn't sound very appetizing. Maybe on the rocks, but as an old fashioned, it doesn't. Got here just in time to Google Delta 9. Rasterbait? I feel like that's not the official term. Ooh, quid pro squamps? I don't know, my friend said lines of dubious drugs are macerated in gasoline. Coke? Yeah. Diesel, I think. Not gas, but there's actually a line for this under revenue. How would unearned revenue pass the sniff test? I mean, if it's earned, right? Like CoreWeave got a loan against collateral for an undelivered product, and then used that money to then pay Nvidia. So as far as Nvidia is concerned, it's a the invoice is complete, right? Like the sale is finalized. The product isn't delivered yet, but I mean, if you couldn't report finalized sales like that, FSLR and end phase wouldn't be worth anything because they've got a production orders out to like 2027. Isn't that called rasterize? Like rasterization? I've never heard it referred to as rasterbait. It hit 4510 and then started being attracted to 4500. Exactly as you foretold. Who do you work for? A Gurk cocktail would be like espresso eggplant bitters garnished with green olive. Cool hat. I don't know. And they own CoreWeave? Well, they own a stake in CoreWeave. I still don't understand how you're giving the person a loan to buy something you're selling. That's some Hollywood accounting right there. You're not. The hedge funds that own your company are giving the loan to the person that's buying the chips from you. Guys like BlackRock who own majority stakes in your corporation or near majority stakes. It's a great deal if you're like BlackRock, right? You have 182 million shares of Nvidia, right? You give CoreWeave a loan for $2.3 billion. Nvidia beats on earnings. Price goes up $50 a share, right? Think about this. You made $9.1 billion off your $2.3 billion loan that you're charging, probably like 7% interest on. When you put it that way, it sounds even more crimey. I don't know where you guys are getting these words crime and Ponzi from. This is just business. Well, then that company now has like a competitive asset base, right? And their valuation just went from like 600 million to 8 billion, right? Now Nvidia owns a series funding stake in an $8 billion corporation because you this is just buddies. It's just like boys being boys, right? It's no big deal. Any thoughts on a class action? It could come up. Although, probably, I wouldn't imagine a lawyer would push it unless the county of Maui was able to prove that they were responsible, right? Collateralized assets. No. The depreciation's priced into the loan. There's an amortization rate to cover any depreciation of the value in the chips. They tack that onto the already astronomically high interest rate, right? Bruh, what? I don't get what you guys are getting all up in arms about. This is perfectly normal. Those chips definitely won't be made obsolete before they're delivered. Yeah, nothing catastrophically terrible could happen between now and the time when those chips would be delivered, right? In the meantime, Nvidia's got 2.3 billion more dollars plus the increase in valuation of their ownership stake in CoreWeave. Now, think about how many companies they can do this with, right? There's VCs are funding hundreds of AI startups. Weavegate isn't the catalyst we deserve, it's the catalyst we need. It sounds like you're just jealous of Jensen's flawless business acumen. Any thoughts on Hugging Face? Nvidia just participated in their Series D funding round last week. 4.5 billion valuation, valued over 100x current annual revenue. Just don't ignore the revenue. It's not about the revenue. It's about the assets. The assets will generate the revenues. The revenue part's easy, right? I don't see the problem. They only need to sell 2 to 3 years of 24/7 compute at those prices to hope to make money. It seems like a slam dunk on a rapidly changing hardware space. Exactly. Finally, somebody in agreement. Maybe I'll call into Mad Money and ask him for advice starting a shell company whose sole purpose is to filter money into a company's revenue instead of it being an investment. he probably knows how to do that. This isn't the same as that, Dork. Okay? This isn't like Nvidia's giving Nvidia chips, collateralizing those chips to pay back Nvidia, right? It's only like 10% Nvidia. What's different? But they're gonna sell compute time on the chips when they get them sometime eventually. Well, because Nvidia was like, "Wow, look at the potential of this company. We should invest in them later in their development when they decide to pivot from being an Ethereum miner uh, to uh, to AI." Red, oh shit! I scared the market. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Nvidia sounds like they're just trying to financially support the industry that they're selling their product to. Like if GameStop were to build all the Funkos for Funko Pop and then give them to Funko, and then Funko was like, "Look how many pops we have," and then BlackRock was like, "Fuck, that's a lot of pops," and gave them a bunch of money, and then Funko gave that money back to GameStop as like a thank you, like that was really cool of you guys to help us support us in our infancy. Now could you sell these Funko Pops that we have? Like when AMC bought a gold mine. No, it's not the same. I looked up Hugging Face. It's basically if you combine Facebook, LinkedIn, and WeBull community discussions for AI. Seems like an easy Billy to me. So you're saying we should get calls on DWAC? Do you know something about Trump being acquitted that I don't? You guys are getting hung up on all these things like profits and revenues. No, those will come. Don't worry. What matters now, units sold, units paid for, right? Growth. The growth is a given. They're gonna. Didn't you hear the earnings call? Is the market done with downs? You think because of all the ups it's doing? Uh, Probably not. When can I own an NFT of an H100? I mean, first thing you need to do is get off your lazy Zoomer ass, right? Pay for a subscription to Chat GPT and start writing a blog. Chat GPT will do all the work, but you got to make sure that you're publishing that blog every day. And once you can start to generate some ad revenue off of that blog and you get some subscribers, right? That'll first initially pay for your cost of Chat GPT. Then eventually you'll save up enough money that you'll be able to convert that money into Ethereum, and then you can use that Ethereum to buy a picture. I'm sorry, an NFT of an H100 card. Then you take that NFT of the H100 card and you collateralize a loan against it, and then you use that loan to buy more NFTs of H100 cards, right? Rinse and repeat. Eventually, if you do this enough, you'll be able to get a loan so massive that you'll be able to buy one whole H100 card. And now, boom! Now you're in the cloud computing business. ChatGPT was the soft good cloud factory, MOASS, all along. Exactly. You just got to start cranking your own soft goods. What's up with OpenAI basically going broke? 500 million spent last year for $30 of revenue. We already said don't worry about the growth and the revenue. Those aren't a factor yet. AI is the future. No, hear me out. You buy a bunch of H100, sell ownership rights via NFTs using our own token, sell the tokens to businesses to put on their balance sheet. The twist? Never had the chips. Yeah, but they could claim that they have compute time that is completely theirs based on the ownership of that token, right? I mean, all we have to actually provide is compute time. The the quality of that compute time. I mean, we could just run it through a bunch of Tamagotchis. So I was in a meeting for the past year. Why did NVIDIA chips running hot torch the entirety of Hawaii? It's like nobody's paying attention to the future and NVIDIA's benevolence here. Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're massively profiting, or they own 100% of these companies whose valuation is jumping from, 600 million to $8 billion overnight based on some, a deal they made to buy some cloud computing chips, right? That's fucking what? That's crazy. What does Upstart do? The NFT of H100 is basically the same as owning it. I can crank 1 million of those in the next few minutes. Exactly. I was planning on selling collateral I don't own using an unregulated security and then just disappear. Okay, Sam Bankman Fried. Classic Gherk field trap, grift chip, Tamagotchi, NFT bolas. Are NVIDIA AI chips worth more than Ethereum and Bitcoin now? Yeah. NVIDIA chips seem like magic internet money. It's a box. I mean, this is like, isn't this the plot for Silicon Valley? Like when they try to turn their product into a box, and then everyone wants to buy the fucking box. I gotta say, spending your 2030s owning the biggest properties in Bahamas might be worth a few years of house arrest, especially if you have a secret IBKR account they don't know about. Wait, are you saying Jensen watched Silicon Valley and made it real? No, I'm saying Jensen couldn't sell his 4090 Ti's, and so he figured out a way to move them. As long as I keep my NFT wallet access code on my toe ring, we good? Nobody touches my feet. In your opinion, what strikes expirations would you consider for GME puts to hedge downside risk at earnings? I'm not gonna have any downside risk at earnings. I hope. The best part about defrauding the market is that your fine for doing so is fixed. The more we fraud, the more we make. You have to be rich first. You have to get into the frauds okay club. Are we in for more of today, but tomorrow? No, tomorrow we have like PMI data tomorrow. It might be enough to break down the call wall if it comes in hot. The best part is Nvidia is a massive part of indexes. Yeah. Lol, thanks, Gurk. I mean, just like if you're afraid of the downside risk, you could get some like put debit spreads or something to cover like a $4 move or whatever. Enron wasn't a $1 trillion company. Theoretically, when GME announces tomorrow that they're going to be the sole retailer for Nvidia chips, at what PT should I sell my GameStop? I'm gonna go ask Chat GPT what are put debit spreads. I'm more concerned about when Nvidia is going to start offering derivatives on the weather for me to trade. Oh man. If TSMC isn't making the chips, who is? Don't worry about it. Someone's gonna like fabricate some stuff, right? So, what do you think? Come from China or something? It's crazy. Sorry, soft good futures. Win CME soft good futures. Is it in contango? Can I get 1 million X leverage on cranking? Yeah. Dude, don't you know about their, like, accelerated compute? You can take extra large language models and crank the fuck out of anything. It doesn't matter what it is. If you crank it hard and fast enough, it'll become soft. It's like a law of nature. Take any solid, any hard good, crank it 1,000,000 times a second, and it will become soft. That's not even sexual. Look up the Deborah number. It's calculated as the ratio of the material's relaxation time to the experimental observation time. It's based on the idea that even a solid-like material will flow given enough time. But what about the cranks? Like, does cranking accelerate or lower? Does it lower the Deborah number? Or does it just increase or decrease the relaxation time? So is it like DE equals relaxation time minus number of cranks divided by the total observation time? You gotta factor in the yaw of the peener, I think. By that logic, I don't have ED, I just have liquid wood. Thanks, Pickle Jar. You're welcome. Think about it this way: your liquid wood could flow to fill any equivalent volume space. Like pushing rope. Except fluid rope. Why is math so sexual? There's something deeply kinky about material science. Where's Kendro? He would love fluid rope. I tried to watch AI learn beating a Super Mario level, but it kept dying on the first spiky turtle. It's only as good as the person teaching it. Yeah. That's why you ensure that the person teaching it is everyone. Because people as a whole and the information that we constantly process is so reliable, accurate, and intelligent. How does one size fluid rope? You use mass or volume. Why is Zom falling all day? Is it because I have out of the money calls for next week? Probably.
How many soft goods do I need to crank before my AI makes babies and I can get working at the AI factory? Nobody cares if an AI kid loses an arm to a soft good cranker. It's true, yeah. What about like hacking? Can you use AI for hacking? I'm not a hacking expert, but I feel like you could teach like generative AI all the basics of breaking into a system and then just have it ram its face into systems all the time until it learned new ways of breaking into systems. And then you could have that AI teach other AIs, and you could just create like an army of hacker AIs. None of them being very good, but one of them only needs to be right once. Yeah, but instead of people who actually know how to hack things, idiots doing it. Then hook that AI to robot dogs with sidearms. I think this is firewall software, but let's relabel it AI. Well, eventually you use the AI to combat the AI attacking the system. So like a never-ending battle of chess between two AIs. Should I eat the tiny loss on my ZOM 115? I don't know. I mean, oil spiked today, and ZOM didn't really benefit from it. The problem is indexes aren't doing well, right? And so that doesn't really benefit ZOM very much, but it's still moving up, just slowly. I think oil peaked in price this morning, which would explain why ZOM's been going down ever since. The world you're describing sounds absolutely horrible. It would be easier to ruin the world by just letting everyone vote. Yeah, but mine's more likely. I'm all for this DDoS AI. Yeah, it's gonna burn up all the collateral. Thanks for teaching me how to take profits. I started to make a small amount of gains repeatedly. 290 today. Fucking A, Pookie Maker. Congratulations, dude. AI already is artificial idiocy. This AI talking about hacking sounds like Mega Man NT Warrior, where everyone has their own AI bot fighting viruses and other bots. Yeah, I've never seen that, but that sounds about right. Artificial intimacy. That's the other use for AI. Isn't there some company that just got like $1 billion valuation who's building like sex chatbots? Or Reddit's already figured out how to turn their program into a sex chatbot? I use GPT as my therapist, and let me tell you, I'm not well adjusted. Dude, it took like 2 weeks for Degens to make waifu GPT. That's the best bull case. Is Elon makes a sexy robot and then loads his soft goods into it. Market price, believe it or not, 1 horse. Free with every Tesla. It would have to be free. Otherwise, nobody would buy the fucking car. Money Cash Dane, welcome to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added to the server. We'll pump our liquid goods into the waifu AI. The tools you described are talked about in Cyberpunk in the 90s. Intrusion countermeasure electronics. ICE, the tools to break the sophisticated offspring of firewalls were ICE picks. Okay. I'm a better investor. I never read that book, but is that what like the video game is based off of? Is it based off the book? Or is it totally different? I know my like stepdad had some like cyberpunk-esque type fiction novels around the house that I read when I was little, but I don't remember any of them. One of them had like a guitar and it like shot sonic waves and shit, and there was someone got abducted. I don't know. It was like 8. I'm a better investor than Warren Buffett. So he sold a bunch and bought a bunch of treasuries. I bought Nvidia calls. Nice. Check DMs. What do you got, Torque? Nvidia CoreWeave fraud. District of Columbia is the highest search region, followed by California. That's interesting that it's most searched in DC. Oh wait, isn't one of the guys in here like a senator's lackey or something? Have you seen the Tesla robot? That thing with the uwu voice and the ability to crank till soft? I'm not saying I'm gonna get one, but weekend rental maybe. Just don't throw rocks at it. Yes, and he said he wasn't the only one listening to the stream. Politicians are trying to figure out what to do. They're trying to figure out how to stop Jensen from selling more chips to China. I don't think those robots are load bearing. Don't try to tow with an electric vehicle. SPX down, VIX down, SPX up, VIX very down, SPX flat, VIX very down, SPX very down. Believe it or not, VIX flat. I told you there's not enough VIX left to get the market to 4,600. What's up, Sads? That's how they'll find a guaranteed customer. If they can't sell chips, they'll sell computing time via some cutout. Oh, we figured out how they repurpose their inventory, huh? Good sir, can you fix the charts? Which ones? You want QQQ and GMA? I think the lowest historical price for VIX was like 8 something. But at that point, puts are basically free, right? Was the J&J play over? I still have some puts on it. I'm having some leftover pizza right now. Do you want to know what's on it? Nope. Keep it to yourself. Good for you, Sads. Is it Chat GPT? Too bad. I'm gonna tell you. Barbecue sauce, bacon, chicken, pineapple, and cheese. Uh... Hey, Dork. You want to know the worst band ever? Foo Fighters. I went long J&J at 160. Okay. Half my puts are already in the money, so I don't really care. I do have 160s for October that aren't in the money, but they're up. I'm not on Team Foo. Hashtag Dave Grohl is innocent. He put pineapple, chicken, bacon, and barbecue sauce on a pizza. I'm on the Foo Flingers side, J Fresh. I'm flinging the Foo, not fighting it. Instead of going long VIX, is something like December 400 SPY puts a better position for long vol? Yeah. It's more appropriately priced. Actually, it's cheaper. VIX call pricing super fucked up right now. Apple's finally testing 190. No, it's not. HE is getting slaughtered. I'm not so happy I exercised my 1450 calls last week. Yeah, it's almost like a bunch of weekly calls came in on HE last week. And then they closed, and now the price is down slightly. So prices not seen since the beginning of last week. Jork is clearly having a stroke. Please call his wife. I know she's on your speed dial. No. Are you straddling tomorrow's data on SPX? I straddle the SPX every night. Marpo 2007. Greg isn't married because his wife left him for Dave Grohl. Even with such low volume, the bulls can't even push. Yep. Does Nvidia speculation make you think that the market is much less healthy than we currently think it is? I don't think the market's healthy at all. Hmm. Tesla doing a bear? Ooh, maybe. Slightly more bearish into the end of the day. Was there HE news? Why 20% down? Because shorting. Also, people taking profits on Friday at close from in the money calls. So the market maker gets to deleverage all of the delta that they bought. That's what happens when a bunch of weeklies go in the money. Why isn't Nvidia tanking? I was told Jensen only sells the top. The price is still lower than when Jensen sold. You know that, right? HE looks like it's gonna duty some more or rip. It may duty a little more. Seems to make its biggest moves overnight, so. I sent you evidence of crime? VIX had a 0 volume candle? But it opened at 13.7. Well, that just means that VIX doesn't have volume. You know that, right? No one's buying VIX stock. There is no stock. Am I the only one seeing the market collapse behind the MAG 7 pump? No, I can also look at the equal weighted index. I have VIX certificates. You almost got me there. Where's the breakdown confirmed on Tessie? I don't know. I might pick up a put here. It's kind of sort of confirmed now. At least the beginning of a turnaround. I don't like buying here overnight, right? But it is tempting. I guess I'm not really afraid of an upside move here. Although after a 4.5% day, there's probably a bunch of zero DTEs on Tesla now, or weeklies. Ugh, when zero DTEs for these stocks? Why is CBOE so fucking slow in rolling that out? How dare you? As a quant, I'm looking at very sophisticated indicators. Is this the indicator that you're looking at, though? That was the secret indicator for the secret DD. Oh shit, I'm sorry. It's okay, no one saw it. I'll delete the VOD. No. Wait, hold on. I'll make it cooler. There. Now I'll remove volume. There. Even better. It's genius. It looks so much more cool now. It's like it's very math looking, you know, doing big math. I'll show I'll show bear witness to the glory that it's two tickers overlaid. Hey, fitted to the same scale, all right? I wonder if I could change it to like rate of change. Oh, here, hold on. I'll turn it into a quant indicator. Give me a second. Keep going, Gork. It's tanking futures. Oh fuck, it really is. Are we gonna break 44.95? The bear line? I feel like that scene in Lord of the Rings where they're all the orcs are coming down and for Minas Tirith. And then Gandalf's like, no, the sun. And then they win. You shut your fucking mouth, Danimal. Helm's Deep, whatever, same shit. Fucking castle in a pit. Who's your favorite character in Lord of the Rings? Radagast the Brown. Where did they reposition most of the sold puts they de-risked? 4,500, 44.75, 44.90 and 80 a little bit, 44.50 a lot. Not smog. I'm disappointed. Hmm. My favorite character in Lord of the Rings is Ned Stark. 90 seconds. I need 44.97.60 to break even. Well, you're either going to get 4,500 or you're going to get your dream. Nope, you're in it. Seriously, how bad is concentration risk getting? Very, very bad. See, not a lot happened today, but a lot happened today. Breaking below the 4,500 level is super fucking bearish. Oh, I do like Bjorn. He's the guy who just eats yogurt and honey all day. The LOTR universe does include The Hobbit. It's a fucking prequel. Why did GME earnings tank the SPX? They were that bad. Ding ding. Ah, finally over. Buying some cheap 4,500 PU with 5 minutes to expiry was not my worst move of the day. Cash settle those, you sons of bitches. Settle them? Alright. Well, that was fun. So once again, the Bulls failed to regain any meaningful ground that would put them closer to or above gamma neutral. Bears ultimately won the day after 3 downside tests of the 4,500 level. But we're still in a range where we don't have a lot of bearish momentum yet. However, it does pick up below our current range. QQQ also dumping a bit into the end of the day, and VIX moving up moderately to highs not seen since earlier this afternoon. That's probably about it. We can take a look at futures. That might be a little bit more telling. So here on futures, still failing to break the 4,500 level to the downside, although that may happen overnight. And if it does, it will start to put quite a lot of puts in the money. Most of the longer dated put interest that's been building up to the downside has been below 44.90. And so if we open down from close here, say that's roughly around 4,500, so 10 to 20 basis points down from close in the overnight session, and we're looking very good for a test of 44.76 or 44.61 before the end of the week, provided that the data comes in continues to be bearish. Dixie ending the day at 104.81, rapidly approaching its March high for this year, which is at 105.80, so another dollar higher. The USD JPY currency pair at 147.72. The yuan held strong at 730, so still no active interference in currency markets by the Chinese government. And the euro and the pound closed down against the dollar 70 and 50 BPS. NASDAQ closed up for the day, 11. Russell took a big hit with 200 basis points. Oil up, gold and silver down. VIX futures up a little bit, still under 15. I kind of want to look at that. The USD JPY carry trade moved up about 20 points today. And correlation is returning, so we should see a reduction in volatility in the underlying and an increase in volatility in the indexes. This is actually quite bearish. Obviously, correlation flows back in, and the dispersion trade that they use to leverage up indexes starts to break down. So that's quite important. And the 1 month correlation turned around pretty sharply today. The 3 month seems to be following suit as well. Commodities kind of flat on the day. Really not a lot of improvement there, but still within their uptrends. So for tomorrow, I mean, obviously I'll update when we have more data tonight, but we have broken into the mid-range at the end of the day today. Fast Gamma moved up to 44.92.50 at the end of the day. So we're very close to breaking below the Fast Gamma point, at which point we should start to see an acceleration to the downside. And upon crossing 44.80, 75, and 50, we would see varying degrees of increases in VIX as the market maker goes longer and longer vol, approaching the next really big downside resistance from there, which is delta neutral, which is around 44.20 right now. I didn't open a put position on Tesla today, but I did open one on Apple. So Tesla, I decided to wait a little bit, which seems so far like it was a good choice. Although it'll probably gap down tomorrow and I'll be pissed. Apple, I did open one slightly before close, 190, 180 debit spread. And then upon a breakdown of 187, I'll do a 185, 175 for the following week. So well, I guess like September 29th would be the expiration for that one. But I'll add that other leg later. And then if it breaks down below 180, I'll probably add just some like out of the money long puts, maybe for like October's expiration. GME earnings are tomorrow, so I don't need to hang around for them tonight. Increased volatility incoming. So debit spreads, not credit spreads, guys. They do tend to be a bit better in a high vol environment. Pre-stream tomorrow for express earnings. No, I don't give a flying fuck. I'm definitely not waking up early to listen to them. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I think that's about it. Tomorrow we have PMI data. Obviously, I think the most important part of the PMI, like it's gonna be the services data, but the most important part of that's gonna be services employment and services prices. So not the actual total index itself, but the prices, and so people are going to be looking for a drop in employment, which is what analysts are expecting, and a decline in services prices. I think services prices are probably still very much in an uptrend, although employment may drop a little. So it'll probably end up being mixed, and we'll just continue to follow positioning. But if it's a huge swing one way or the other, it could have some effect. So, and that'll be after market open, so plenty of time to account for it. Anything else tomorrow that's really important? Red Book comes out tomorrow morning, and I don't think it's going to be that meaningful. I think the expectation is it's probably going to be down. Imports, exports, balance of trade. This could have some effect in the pre-market, but probably also not a lot. Logan and Collins are both speaking tomorrow. They could have some effect if they go really off script, but I don't think they will. I think yeah, that's about it. So thank you guys so much, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody.
Weeklies have children who buy weeklies.